Warden Taylor LLC Real Estate Law Firm specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
Always just a very anxious kid. Always, I was outgoing and social, but always scared to do certain things, always kind of scared about how I'd come across to people.
I was always of the mindset, just deal with it. Suck it up and deal with it. That's kind of how I was raised with things, and you'll be fine. Just go about, find something to do, entertain yourself, get into an activity. But this was beyond that.
And then it wasn't until junior year of high school that I got diagnosed with OCD finally, and that changed everything for me. A lot of my things were vocal, so I'd be tapping my pencil a lot or visibly tapping on things, and it'd be people in my classes like, why do you keep doing that? Like, why do you keep tapping your pencil? And I just kind of didn't know how to explain it other than like, well, I kind of just have to. Like, this is just what I do. As I got older, it was things like, only sleeping 3 hours a night.
When she came to us as a junior in high school crying and said, this is it, I need help right now. Yeah. And then we knew the time had come.
My therapist is amazing, and the thing is, she really, from that first day, knew how to push me in a way that I didn't think I was able to push myself. Even outside of those sessions, all day I'd have my homework. So all day, constantly, I'd be doing these exposures, and then I'd be having my school on top of it. So it was really a lot, and it was a mentally draining experience. But I would go through it all again, knowing where I am now and how much it's changed me.
It was hard because she had to go through the process, and we couldn't fix it for her. There was nothing we could do to fix it for her. We had to be there and support her, but she was the one that had to take herself through the steps to get herself to the other side.
I've always been somebody who kind of feels comfortable with what I have and what I know, and that's really the anxiety. I don't like the unknown of things. So starting out, being over an hour away from home, was really hard. I didn't know anybody here, living with all new people. I never shared a room before. Finally found my group, things were going well, and at some point, there was drama, things happened. I was left without anybody. I started getting really depressed. I wouldn't leave my bed other than going to class. I wasn't feeding myself, I wasn't taking care of myself, and I just didn't know who to talk to. My mom had seen Sean's house on Facebook.
I just kept at her and at her and at her about coming to Sean's house because I know my daughter. I had never seen or heard of anything like what I was reading about Sean's house. And I knew it would be perfect for her.
And one day I decided, if I go, she'll stop bothering me about it. The second I walked in, I just felt this weight start to come off my shoulders.
The day she called me to say she actually walked through the door was life-changing for me, because I felt like I wasn't just trying to support her from an hour and a half away. She reached out and it worked. Not that it solved everything, because it did not solve everything, but it was her first step for herself.
being able to use my past to empower and change the lives of other people is something that I have always wanted to do and strive to do as a person. So having the outlet of Sean's house to be able to help change lives is amazing and something I never knew I'd be able to experience in college, but I'm just so grateful for.
And not only is that so healing for Emma, it's so powerful for anybody who's coming in the door. And I think that is a completely different way of looking at mental health. Yeah. And I think it's a very healthy way, and I think it's an important way for us to try to wrap our heads around it as a society.
That I have a confidence that I never had before.
I'm just proud of who she's becoming, who she has been and who she is now, and where she's going. Mm-hmm. Sean's house has a lot to do with that.
Buffalo Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
Welcome to the Courtyard Newark at the University of Delaware.
Our hotel has plenty of lobby space for guests and students to interact in a safe manner. Welcome to our recently renovated hotel guest room. We have a combination of 126 guest rooms and suites.
Hey there. I know you're sitting there watching that incredible basketball game, and you're probably watching someone you know. But I want to talk to you about something that is super, super important. Granted, hey, let's be honest. I don't know what I would do without my phone and be able to plan the different things that I do with my friends and my colleagues and even my business. But what I'm seeing more and more of, and what I'm hearing more and more of, is that we have a real big sense of bullying and a terrible image issue going on in social media. And in particularly, I'm talking about the TikTok, I'm talking about the Instagram, I'm talking about, it's important, super important, parents and family members to check on your young people. And I'm talking about the kids that are in middle school and high school especially. They're so impressionable. They are really taking everything that's on there as really gospel, and they really apply it to their lives. And you might see changes in them, and there's things that are happening that you're not real sure where it's coming from. I can almost guarantee you it's a time that as soon as those things happen, take a look at your child's phone. And I'm talking especially about my introverted kids. These are your quiet ones. These are the ones that don't really socialize or gamers. They are kids that are not one that would really go out of their way to hang out in big crowds, but their big crowd is the internet. And I can tell you that it has changed a lot of kids, especially during our pandemic. You think you understand? They're 6 months ahead of you even questioning, do you understand? So take that moment. It's worth 5 seconds. It's worth being angry, and it's also worth having a really terrible night to go to sleep. But in the morning, believe me, you'll thank yourself.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination. offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
Taverna Rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Look at that freshly sliced turkey. At Jersey Mike's, there's some things you just gotta see. Like those lovebirds over there. That's deep eating. Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
Self-care comes in many different forms. For some, it can be listening to really calm music, working out at the gym, hanging out with friends, going for a hike, whatever it may be. I want to challenge you to take at least 1 hour out of your day to do something for yourself. Something that brings joy, something that gets your body moving, something that just makes you feel good. Self-care is so important because it helps prevent burnout. We go through a lot every day with managing our jobs, school, family, and friends, and sometimes we don't focus enough on how we keep ourselves going. It's just 1 hour. Try to give yourself that time. Intentionally build it into your routine and pick something that speaks to you and motivates you to continue each and every day. All of these things can be small ways that we can incorporate self-care into our daily life. Practicing daily self-care can help us not feel so overwhelmed by the day-to-day challenges that we encounter. One thing I want everyone to remember is that you can't pour from an empty cup.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
I felt like, you know what, I'm on the road to recovery. And the fact that all these people had said, I've been there before you, dude, I felt that same feeling. I felt loneliness and fear, doubt. I had moments where I felt I was totally alone. And your story is my story is yours. My God, every time I heard that time and time again, I said, I'm not alone. Listen, when I got sober 32 years ago, that wasn't a narrative. And there's no shame today. I don't think there's any stigma in asking for help.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
Marks, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's House is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike's sub. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty, coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
At Buffalo Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Every time you order a hot sub from Jersey Mike's, it's grilled fresh. I call it dinner and a show.
Look at that sizzle.
Grilled right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
The 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is presented by St. Mark's, Platinum Dining Group, and by Jersey Mike's.
Welcome, everyone, to the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic in memory of Sean Locke from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Thank you for joining us this weekend as we continue to raise awareness surrounding mental health and suicide, and to raise funds for the foundation to provide services and continue the development of Sean's House to help those in need. Lights on tonight and tomorrow here from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington. We have 7 games for you. You're looking at them in front of you now, beginning with a doubleheader tonight. It's St. Mark's night, Sean's alma mater, girls and boys basketball against Middletown and DMA. And what a prime time lineup we have tomorrow on the 4th. It's a who's who of top 10 basketball tomorrow here in Wilmington.
Well, you couldn't ask for a better lineup, and this is such a terrific weekend of basketball. Chris Locke, my dear friend, obviously Sean Locke's father. It's just great to see him. He's just been such a magnificent influencer for this fantastic cause, and we've got some really good basketball lined up. Excited for the entire weekend, Scott.
It's always a great weekend here. It's the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic, and as we get ready for the games to start today, just a reminder before we get going with St. Mark's girls basketball against Middletown Cavaliers that you can go donate at unlockthelight.com/donate. You can text SL24 to 53555, or you see that QR code, we made it easy, Jan. You just put your camera up to the screen as you see it now, and there is a link to donate. So many ways that you can help. We have raised over $1.1 million over the first 4 SL24 Memorial Basketball Classics, and we look to have even more come in this weekend. Thank you for being a part. We are excited to get started. It's St. Mark's night here on night number 1 of the SL24 Memorial Classic from Wilmington. We'll take our first time out. When we come back, we'll get you all set. St. Mark's, Middletown, girls basketball tipping off in just a few minutes here on the SL24 Memorial Classic.
Warden Taylor LLC, real estate law firm, specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
Always just a very anxious kid. Always, I was outgoing and social, but always scared to do certain things, always kind of scared about.
Warden Taylor LLC Real Estate Law Firm specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
I felt like, you know what, I'm on the road to recovery. And the fact that all these people had said, I've been there before you, dude, I felt that same feeling. I felt loneliness and fear, doubt. I had moments where I felt I was totally alone. And your story is my story is yours. My God, every time I heard that time and time again, I said, I'm not alone. Listen, when I got sober 32 years ago, that wasn't a narrative. And there's no shame today. I don't think there's any stigma in asking for help.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
Marks, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's house is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike's up. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
At Buffalo Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Every time you order a hot sub from Jersey Mike's, it's grilled fresh. I call it dinner and a show.
Look at that sizzle.
Grilled right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
Welcome and good evening, everyone, to the Field House in Wilmington, Delaware for the SL24 Memorial Classic. Tonight, 2 basketball games. St. Mark's High School featured in both. First, the girls taking on Middletown, and then the boys taking on DMA. I'm Scott Klatskin alongside SL24 board member, longtime coach and broadcaster in Delaware, Bill Harmon. And Bill, what an amazing event this is as we raise awareness and donations for the SL24 Foundation and funds to help mental health.
Scott, here we go again. This is a great night of basketball. 2 good games tonight, 5 more tomorrow. This is a great venue, obviously for a fantastic cause. So delighted to be here. It's an honor and a pleasure to be sitting next to you calling these 2 games tonight.
And some amazing matchups. We start with St. Mark's versus Middletown. The return of Sophia Messick for the Spartans.
Sophia Messick can really play. She is a dynamo all over the court. She can drive it. She can shoot it. She shoots the 3. She is instrumental to her team's success. Jimmy Friel, the head coach of St. Mark's, very happy to have her returning.
And they are ready to go, waiting on us. So we are good to go here at the Field House in Wilmington. The first of 7 games over the next 2 days. And we've got 2 teams ready for action. The St. Mark's Spartans 11-4 on the season. The Middletown Cavaliers 9-5. Middletown wearing their white jerseys with the blue Middletown. And St. Mark's in the traditional green and gold that we've seen throughout the years for Sean Locke's alma mater. We are underway at the Field House, and what an exciting night this is. So glad that we can relive it.
Scott, it's great to be here. This St. Mark's women's team plays exceptional defense. Jimmy Friel, a great player in his own right, loves to get out and pressure teams. They play excellent man-to-man defense. Really the highlight of their season is holding teams down and then letting their offense function as it needs to.
Let's get you the starters for both of these teams. St. Mark's, Haley Short, an 11th grader. Jillian Canagallo as the ball comes our way. And look at that, that's me on camera there. With
Good hand, Scott. You still got it.
That was the first assist of the game. I was just trying to read starters, but they want to make sure I was watching the game as well. My goodness, never put your head down. Danielle Di Domenico, Ava Frofnoffel, Ray Johnson round out the starters for St. Mark's. For Middletown, Napolin, Danquan Savage on the floor along with Jacobs and Dorst. So those are the 10 to start this one. No score. Format for high school games, a little different if you're used to watching the college game or the pros. We'll play 4 8-minute quarters in each of the games over the next 2 days.
Now, the one thing to remember, guys, is that this court is bigger. It's longer, about 8 feet longer, which can affect the play. Fatigue at the end of the games might be a factor.
Not affecting that transition play, though. St. Mark's first on the board as Lauren McDonald gets 2 nice assists there. And transition opportunities are going to be few and far between like that one because of what you just mentioned, Bill. The length of this court does make it hard. You're used to taking fewer steps to get to the rim.
Well, you're absolutely right, but one thing that St. Mark's loves to do is push it after a turnover or a long rebound. Look for them to throw the ball ahead and to possibly get runouts.
High score at 2 apiece. There's Messick with the basketball. She missed about a month of action, and St. Mark's certainly missed their top player. We're familiar with Messick from the past SL24 event. She had a game-high 16 points last year here at the Field House, and the team won the game that she most recently returned.
Yes, they did. They beat Wilmington Friends School, and the toughest part of their schedule was exactly when Messick was absent from the team. But great to have her back, and I know she'll be a big factor here tonight. At the other end for Middletown, Sonny Savage, who has 8 double-doubles on the season with a nice post-up move down on the right block.
Yeah, let's introduce everyone to Sonny Savage, the senior, 172 points on the season. So we see the takeaway there. Savage averaging 14 points per game, 11 rebounds per game, averaging a double-double for this 9-5 Cavaliers team. The Cavs, though, looking to get back on track. as they've lost 3 games in a row coming into this one.
And they have struggled a little bit to score, so they need to get Savage going early on with post-ups on either side of the block, and then if she's doubled, kick the ball out to shooters who can knock the 3 down.
That's Short with a steal. Great point guard looking inside for Messick, and Messick is fouled. It's a foul on Napoleon, her first.
Messick does a really good job of running the court. She's got a great sense of timing and anticipation. She gets on both sides of the ball, defense to offense and offense to defense, but she's really good in transition and generally can finish.
Officiating crew going over to the scorer's table now as we'll wait for
veteran Mike DiMuzio is over there adjudicating at the scorer's table.
And some great officials throughout the state of Delaware. Certainly an honor to be playing in this event, but a big honor to be officiating, to be a part in any way that you can, as we see the head coach Brendan Mann for Middletown doing a good job with these Cavaliers.
Yes, they certainly have. They got off to a great start, have run into some really strong competition here the last couple weeks, but he's got a solid club and he's doing an excellent job. They love to play this zone. That's their staple on defense.
3 flies off the mark. Messick has made 13 threes on the season, but not that time. Got a great freshman matchup as well. Bria Harding with the basketball now for Middletown, and Sophia Buffon of St. Mark's. 2 of the top rookies, both in the game right now. A turnover, though, for the Cavs. But Harding, 10 points per game. Buffon, about 10 points per game as well. 2 really solid freshmen for both these clubs.
Well, I've seen Buffon play several times, and she is a terrific athlete, has a very high basketball IQ, and loves to spot up in both of the deep corners.
Buffon wearing 10 in green. And there's Harding with the basketball. A long NBA range 3.
You can get the lines mixed up here, Scott. One of the problems when you have 2 separate lines on the court.
It's easy to do that here. They're playing at the Chase Fieldhouse. Of course, this is the home of the 76ers G League team. And there is one high school and college level 3-point line. Then there is one very much deeper. You don't really realize how far you see Steph Curry shooting the basketball from until you see the difference between the college line and the NBA line on a floor. It is quite a few steps back. Transition opportunity here for Summer Montgomery, the senior, and she gets her first 2 of the game. Averages about 2 points per game on this season, and she has Middletown up on a couple of buckets.
Well, Middletown with this zone has actually done a nice job of contesting shooters and shutting off driving lanes.
Good look by McDonald. She can't connect, and there's Buffon, the freshman we were talking about. She'll drive on the baseline. Drop it off to Prado. Now an open look for Messick. Good ball movement, but St. Mark's cannot finish. Hey, we're here at the SL24 Memorial Classic. And for those watching, you got to go online and check out this silent auction, as there's so many great items. If you're watching this game, you might be interested in St. Mark's basketball. St. Mark's as a school, as Harding gets through, you might be interested in having tuition paid for a year. And you can do so by heading online to the silent auction at SL24hoops.com. They are auctioning off a year's tuition valued at $15,000. And you can pay that as a donation. That's pretty excellent. There's also some trips to different islands, 2-night stay down in Dewey Beach. Got a Trevor Lawrence jersey, all types of great stuff going on here at the auction. But you got to check it out at SL24hoops.com. Brandon Mann calling a timeout. He probably wants to go to the bench, take some time to look at the auctions as well, or talk with his team right now, who's doing well, up 8-2.
I've been impressed with Middletown's start. They've done a nice job of attacking this very prolific St. Mark's defense, and at the other end, St. Mark's has done a good job of attacking the zone. They've had good looks, unable to capitalize, and they've gotten the ball inside several times as well. Unfortunately, they have not been able to finish.
Jim Friel coaching his team up, a veteran coach. He is a great leader for the St. Mark's team.
This is his 6th year. As I mentioned earlier, he was a terrific high school player, has done a wonderful job of getting this team organized. They play great defense. They share the ball extremely well, and he is a terrific developer of talent throughout the season. His teams always improve.
He's got his daughter Shannon on the staff as well. Val Karch also an assistant coach for St. Mark's. His daughter Shannon was a heck of a ball player at the high school level. I went to middle school with her. I remember in gym class she was hooping it up. That's how far back we go. But a great staff for the St. Mark's Spartans. Right now they've got to coach their team up a bit, down 6 points early on here in the first quarter.
Well, at times St. Mark's has struggled from the perimeter, so what they need to do is go inside, see if they can't get Messick as many touches as possible and let her initiate the action.
McDonald's got the only 2 for St. Mark's, misses on a layup opportunity. That was great defense, just couldn't finish on the other end.
Well, McDonald is St. Mark's best perimeter defender. She gets out in the passing lanes, has great hands, and has great anticipation skills.
Couple turnovers back-to-back as St. Mark's will be led by Buffon down the floor. McDonald going to let it fly, and she knocks it through for a triple. Lauren McDonald's 25th three-pointer of the season. She's got all 5 for St. Mark's.
Known for her defense, but she can really light it up from the deep corner. She does a great job of being shot ready, spots up, hands prepared, rises right up into that long-range jumper.
Inside, that's who they want to go to. Sinai Savage couldn't enter there. Good denial by Fernafel. Minute 15 left to go in this first quarter. Another turnover for the Middletown Cavaliers. Down by 3, they'll loop it ahead to McDonald. Extra pass to Messick. Messick, good ball fake. Patience underneath for Messick. She gets her first 2. That's 5 in a row for the Spartans.
That was great sharing of the ball. Buffon to McDonald, who looked inside immediately for Messick, who was running the court well. And then that little step back to create some space, and finishes in the middle of the lane by Sophia Messick.
St. Mark's looking good coming out of that timeout. Now a reach-in foul. Going to go against Fernafel. That's her first. First on the Spartans as well. While there's a stoppage of play, just a reminder that you can text SL24 to 5355, or you can visit unlockthelight.com/donate. 2 ways that you can donate and be a part of this event. The ticket for tonight's action and tomorrow's action, $15 for adults, $10 for students. So if you're watching and you think, hey, I've got $15, I've got $10 to spare, every bit helps out and goes a long way as we raise funds for awareness and the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation.
And one of the highlights of tomorrow night is when they announce how much the donations have amounted to, and it just is a spectacular time. And Chris Locke and all these volunteers and the board, excluding me, deserves a tremendous amount of credit. And I've got one of our great board members sitting next to me, Barnett Harris, will be coming on and talking with us in the second quarter.
You mispronounced including you, Bill, as the board and everyone a part of the UnLocke the Light Foundation just doing a fantastic job with this event, raising more and more money each and every year, and we hope that trend continues in 2023. Lauren McDonald was open. Great find underneath. She's got 7, and St. Mark's has taken their first lead.
Terrific pass by Haley Short, who's known for her defense, but she does a great job of dribbling and seeing the court with her head up, and a wonderful pass down the court to McDonald, who runs extremely well, a fine athlete.
7 in a row for St. Mark's to potentially take a lead into the second quarter. You teased it. We're going to have Barnett Harris, a board member for the SL24 Memorial Classic, on at the start of the second quarter. You don't want to miss that at the buzzer. Short can't get it to drop. What an exciting first period we've had here at the Chase Fieldhouse. So much more coming up. We'll take a timeout at the break. After 1, St. Mark's 9, Middletown 8.
Marks, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's house is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike's Up. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic.
Memorial Classic is brought to you by DSM Commercial, Warden Taylor, iHeartRadio, and by the Healy family.
Action starting after one. The Cavaliers built up a 6-point lead thanks in part to Summer Montgomery, the steal and the finish. But St. Mark's, after a timeout, reeled off 7 straight. They lead 9-8. Second quarter action coming up in the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic. It'll be St. Mark's basketball to start the second quarter. There are 3 objectives of the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation: to educate, to assist, and to create. We'll get into all of those throughout the broadcast as we are here playing great basketball. Sophia Messick starts off the second quarter with a 3. We are here for excitement and great basketball, but we're here to raise funds for UnLocke the Light in the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. And as we start off the second quarter, we teased it a bit, but we've got CAA champion, NCAA tournament participant, friend and teammate of Sean Locke at the University of Delaware, and SL24 board member. Maybe that's your favorite title of all.
My favorite title is co-host alongside Scott Clapton.
Barnett Harris is here. Barnett, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Barnett Harris has been a staple of this tournament. You've been here for the event, and I know this is something you look forward to all year long.
It's a great time. I always look forward to it, and I always get excited when the new year happens because I know the tournament is not too far away.
Steal there by St. Mark. What do you think of the Spartans down at 8-2 and now up 14-8? They a well-used timeout by Jim Friel.
I like it, and I think what they did was cause a little chaos to Middletown. They sped up the pace. Middletown is a little unorganized on the defense when St. Mark's is pushing the pace a little bit, and I think St. Mark's realized when they get the ball, get it to a guard, and you can get open layups.
See if they can get it to Sinai Savage here. She's posting up deep. Harding's got to enter it in. She doesn't. Drives and tries to find Savage somehow. She didn't have the angle. Misses underneath. Let's talk about your buddy Sean Locke. And he was a teammate of yours. Not just a teammate. He was the best kind of teammate. I mean, he was a guy that was a walk-on and then captain his senior year. Tell us about kind of the growth and the trajectory of Sean's career as he went from a freshman out of St. Mark's High School, and then by the time he finished, he was a leader on that team.
He was a teammate's dream. He was the best type of teammate you can ask for. He was someone who battled through adversity in his career. He played through injuries, but he also was always there for you. He inspired you. He held you accountable. He made sure when you showed up to practice, you gave it your all because he gave it his all. And he showed you how to be tough, but also have that compassion that you need in your teammates. That you can come to him with anything you're worried about. You can come to him for any advice, and he was going to cheer you on and be there for you with whatever you needed.
And if you remember correctly, Sean never saw a 3 that he didn't love.
There was never a 3 or a one dribble pull-up that Sean didn't think he was open for.
He was a terrific offensive and defensive player for us at St. Mark's. Started as a freshman, had a fantastic career, as you mentioned, battled through some injuries, but he was always there, whether he was rehabbing or not. Great teammate, a great leader, and maybe one of the finest people that I ever had the opportunity to coach in all my years at St. Mark's.
And Coach Hartman, there were plenty of practices where he let that be known to the players. He was like, "Hey, don't get this knee brace twisted. I will give you a bucket."
Sean had a few injuries in his career that kind of slowed down probably what could have been even greater of a career, and he certainly had that. And then, of course, Sean, we lost to Sean in 2018, and since then, in his memory, Sean's house opened September 24th. Of course, he wore number 24, and tomorrow being 2-4, the date of day number 2 of the SL24 Memorial Classic, opened on September 24th, 2020. And in just a short time, 45,000 visits have come through the doors. They've helped individuals from 39 different states, 67 different countries. They've hosted over 400 events, all since the house opened just 2 years and 4 months ago. And when you were a student athlete at Delaware, there's trials, tribulations, there's ups and downs throughout a 4 or 5, now thanks to the COVID year, 6 or 7 year career for some of these college athletes. But what a difference a place like Sean's house would have meant for your generation of athletes.
Absolutely, and I think about this as I reflect on my own time in college and what I would have wished for, and I think that the times, especially just this, all that's expected of a student athlete, the academic challenges, the academic expectations, as well as the athletic expectation, the pressure can get to be a lot. And if I had had a resource like Sean's house, I think a lot of the stress that these student athletes face in college can be mitigated. You can avoid some of the late nights, the sleepless nights, because you're worried about a pending game or a pending test, and you can better handle the adversity that you face rather than taking some routes that might not be conducive to a healthy lifestyle as you're trying to develop, not just as an athlete, but as a person.
Well, when you talk about the student athlete, let's not forget this is open to students as well and even others. So it just touches so many different people. It's obviously a fantastic spot down there. It's very welcoming, very comfortable for people to come in and talk about whatever they need to deal with.
And as there's a timeout taken on the floor, I will say the officials letting things play a little bit.
Reminds me of last night.
Letting the game. We were at a Delaware Monmouth basketball game, very physical game last night. Bill, we've got 4 games in 3 days. I wouldn't have it any other way, Bill. Barnett, I know you.
It's the highlight of my life, Scott, to be able to sit next to you this often.
But a very physical game here at the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation Memorial Classic. I talked about some of the objectives, and while we have a break in the action, and you're taking a look at Brendan Mann working the bench for a Middletown Cavaliers team that was up 8-2 and now down 16-8. The 3 objectives: educate high school and college students to the signs of depression, remove that stigma of depression, and make available resources to help people with depression and the real threat of suicide. Assist. We're going to be talking about assists. Haley Short's got one already in this game for St. Mark's, but to assist high school and college students with the transitions of life. You go from middle school to high school. You go from high school to college and into the real world, and it helps provide the tools and professional resources to manage the mental health of everyone making those transitions, and then create a safe haven. Sean's house in Newark is there for high school students, for college students to receive professional help and to speak to peers about their struggles with depression and the threat of suicide. It does such a good job of doing that, as there's a player down here. Bella Prado is holding that lower body and getting help from the training staff there. And we hope that she's okay. As she went down, you can see Lock 24 on the back of Jim Friel and many shirts around the field house. If you want to donate, if you want to help continue what they're doing at Sean's house, what we just talked about, helping to educate, helping to assist, helping to create a safe haven, then you can see it on your screen. Put that phone up to the screen, and we made it easy for you. Just put that camera up to the screen, the QR code. Barnett will teach Bill how to do that in a little bit. You can use the QR code, or you can text SL24 to 53555. Bill's phone. Bill uses the flip phone. Do you have it out? Oh, he has the iPhone with him today. He just pulled it out here. He can do it himself. Sometimes Bill uses the flip. But if you have an iPhone, if you have
multi-dimensional,
I should never doubt you, Bill. If you have the smartphone, get it up on the screen. We appreciate you watching right now. And you can get involved, too. Comments, questions, tell us what you think. Use the chat on YouTube to message us. It'll be great. We want to know how we're doing and your thoughts as well. So we want you to be a part of the broadcast. It looks like Prado, unfortunately, is being helped to the bench. She's going to be out. So we'll see Kiara Benoit come in for the first time. Benoit averaging just under 4 points per game. She had 6 rebounds, 6 assists, and 4 steals in a big victory over Newark Charter. And then a quick bucket for St. Mark's. That was Catagallo her 46th point of the season. We're talking about Sean's house here, Barnett, and as I understand it, before there was Sean's house, there was Sean's house, his actual house, where teammates and friends would go and be able to have a safe haven of their own.
It was. When you were stressed about a long practice or Coach Ross having us at the gym at 6, that evening you could go hang out at Sean's house with all of his roommates and his friends, and there would be food, there would be just great friendship, great camaraderie, and it was a great place to go. It could house the team. It was as if anyone has seen the house, it's a pretty big house, so it could host a lot of people, and it was just a great place to relax and just not think about the pressures of life for basketball for a few hours.
Saw the foul against Sinai Savage. She's taken 87 free throws this season, gets to the line a lot. She went 14 of 21 versus Howard back on December 15th, and it would help this Middletown Cavalier team to get 24 the ball a little bit more. She is a force on the interior.
That's really been the difference in the game. St. Mark's' sagging defense with ball pressure on the passer has really made it difficult for Savage to operate.
And there she is on cue, getting a steal, doing it defensively, and then trying to run the floor with Summer Montgomery, but the Cavaliers turn it over once again. That's number 19 in the turnover category for the Cavs, unfortunately giving it back up to St. Mark's. And that's something that is worth referencing again. That pass typically would lead a player to the rim, but because the court is a bit longer, not used to the perimeters. And I think that assisted with the turnover a bit.
You're absolutely right. Plus, both coaches have gone to their benches early and often here. I think not only to get some players involved so they get a feel for the arena and the activity, but also to keep people fresh. This is a different environment, and everyone has to adapt. So far, St. Mark's has been able to do it a little bit better than the Middletown Cavaliers.
2:26 until we get to the half.
It's a very good point, Bill. And as you see, St. Mark's recently just subbed, and they put a little bit of pressure on Middletown.
Savage, the senior. That's good defense there by Fernapple. Thinks she got a piece of that jump shot. Now St. Mark's looking to run. Sophia Masick, remember her from last year's SL24 UnLocke the Light Classic. 16 points. She was leading scorer in a 42-21 victory for St. Mark's over this Middletown team. Missed a few games. St. Mark's has lost 3 out of 4, but she's returned and looking to get back into the win column. Up by 18 now. A steal and then a reach-in foul against Benoit, the 10th grader. It'll be Middletown basketball.
Occasionally, the Middletown 2-3 zone has expanded slightly. That's what created the turnover. But by and large, in the second quarter, St. Mark's has really attacked it well, going inside, reversing the ball, getting some really good interior passing back out to the perimeter to get some great looks. They missed a few, but they've really had a great concept in how to attack the zone.
Go inside to Savage. Great entry. Savage just could not finish. Tries to follow her shot. It'll be St. Mark's basketball. Savage, again, averaging a double-double. So the more you can get it into her, the better for Brennan Mann's ball club.
And what Jimmy Friel's team will do, as soon as the ball enters, whether she dribbles it or not, they're going to dig in and double team her, force the ball to be thrown back out, or at least force Savage into a shot that's very difficult.
As we get to close to 90 ticks left in this first half, Barnett Harris, a friend, teammate of Sean Locke. You talk about the smile that was always on his face, how hard he worked in practice, the fact that he played in an NCAA tournament game. What a life as Savage gets the bucket on the other end. You just would never know that a guy like that, with seemingly on the outside, everything going for him. I'm sure other people saw Sean Locke and said, man, that guy has it all. And you just would not know that he was battling on the inside. And it's just so important to have a place like Sean's house and reach out to your friends and check on your boys.
I couldn't agree with you more. And to actually to not just ask if you're okay, you know, like, I mean, are you okay? Like, how are you doing? Not just some. Get a little deeper with it. Like, are you doing okay? How's life? How's work? What is stressing you out? Because Sean was good at masking and hiding it. So if you asked, how are you doing, he would just say fine or something like that. But to really force them to be vulnerable and to share your vulnerabilities with your friends, I think that allows them to open up to you and be more willing to do that.
And the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation in Sean's house, helping remove any stigmas from asking those important questions. Because I think maybe when you were a ball player and years ago, maybe there was like, I don't want to talk about my feelings with my friends. I'm not going to do that. And maybe in the past, it was less likely for someone to talk about that. But now, because of foundations like this and because of Sean's house, people are feeling more comfortable. And that's part of what we are doing today, is raising awareness along with funds for mental awareness. Nice pass on the inside. Could not finish underneath. We've got a 6-point game as the ball's knocked out of bounds. It will stay with Middletown. I mentioned Sean Locke's free throw that he made in the NCAA tournament. Got in the box score against Michigan State. Big smile on Barnett's face as we talk about that one.
That lasts forever. That'll be in the record books forever. That was such a great experience. One of the best of my life, having that experience with my closest friends, people you spend so much time with. So I was excited to see him score in that game.
Grimm can't finish the layup on the other end. A tie-up. It'll be the arrow to St. Mark's. A lot of things you can take away. Can't take away a banner. Can't take away that championship ring. And in 2014, you guys got the job done. Sean was a part of that action.
I tell you, nobody did it better, the point of the full court pressure of the zone, than Barnett Harris, one of the great hustlers of all time. Played with terrific passion. And I just loved every time you walked on the court. I knew we were going to see something special.
Something special or something chaotic. It was unclear.
That's the same thing.
That's why I love Bill Harmon. That's why he's my favorite person, with a close second being Scott Clark.
Oh, you're very good. I can't wait till Mike Corey's on the call tomorrow and you let him know that he's moved into number 2. But
Barnett's rankings are very fluid,
They're
Scott.
fluid rankings, as are the top 10 in these rankings.
That cost me a couple hundred to get him to say that.
There you go.
Checks in the mail, Barnett.
Cavaliers trying to get one off before heading into the locker room, and a turnover will end the first half of basketball. It's been an exciting one. We've talked a bunch about Sean Locke. We'll continue to do so. We'll continue to tell you about the SL24 Memorial Classic here at the Fieldhouse in Wilmington. But for now, we'll take a timeout. When we come back, it'll be halftime here, but don't go anywhere. Second half of basketball is coming up. And remember, before you take a break, make sure you donate by texting SL24 to 53555. An exciting first half of basketball. Lauren McDonald started the comeback for St. Mark's. Some transition opportunities for the Cavaliers, but they find themselves down by 6 after leading by 6 earlier on in the first quarter. We will take a timeout, but remember, head to the silent auction page at SL24hoops.com while you're waiting for the game to return. Second half of basketball is coming up here at the SL24 Memorial Classic.
Warden Taylor LLC Real Estate Law Firm specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
Always just a very anxious kid. Always, I was outgoing and social, but always scared to do certain things, always kind of scared about how I'd come across to people.
I was always of the mindset, just deal with it. Suck it up and deal with it. That's kind of how I was raised with things, and you'll be fine. Just go about, find something to do, entertain yourself, get into an activity. But this was beyond that.
And then it wasn't until junior year of high school that I got diagnosed with OCD finally. And that changed everything for me. A lot of my things were vocal, so I'd be tapping my pencil a lot or visibly tapping on things. And it'd be people in my classes like, why do you keep doing that? Like, why do you keep tapping your pencil? And I just kind of didn't know how to explain it other than like, well, I kind of just like have to. Like, this is just what I do. As I got older, it was things like, you know, only sleeping 3 hours a night.
When she came to us as a junior in high school crying and said, this is it, I need help right now. Yeah. And then we knew the time had come.
My therapist is amazing, and the thing is, she really, from that first day, knew how to push me in a way that I didn't think I was able to push myself. Even outside of those sessions, all day I'd have my homework. So all day, constantly, I'd be doing these exposures, and then I'd be having my school on top of it. So it was really a lot, and it was a mentally draining experience. But I would go through it all again, knowing where I am now and how much it's changed me.
It was hard because she had to go through the process, and we couldn't fix it for her. There was nothing we could do to fix it for her. We had to be there and support her, but she was the one that had to take herself through the steps to get herself to the other side.
I've always been somebody who kind of feels comfortable with what I have and what I know, and that's really the anxiety. I don't like the unknown of things. So starting out, being over an hour away from home, was really hard. I didn't know anybody here, living with all new people, I never shared a room before. Finally found my group, things were going well, and at some point, you know, there was drama, things happened. I was left without anybody. I started getting really depressed. I wouldn't leave my bed other than going to class. I wasn't feeding myself, I wasn't taking care of myself, and I just didn't know who to talk to. My mom had seen Sean's house on Facebook.
I just kept at her and at her and at her about coming to Sean's house because I know my daughter. I had never seen or heard of anything like what I was reading about Sean's house. And I knew it would be perfect for her.
And one day I decided, if I go, she'll stop bothering me about it. The second I walked in, I just felt this weight start to come off my shoulders.
The day she called me to say she actually walked through the door was life-changing for me because I felt like I wasn't just trying to support her from an hour and a half away. She reached out and it worked. Like, it, not that it solved everything, because it did not solve everything, but it was her first step for herself.
Being able to use my past to empower and change the lives of other people is something that I have always wanted to do and strive to do as a person. So having the outlet of Sean's house to be able to help change lives is amazing and something I never knew I'd be able to experience in college, but I'm just so grateful for.
And not only is that so healing for Emma, it's so powerful for anybody who's coming in the door. And I think that is a completely different way of looking at mental health. Yeah. And I think it's a very healthy way, and I think it's an important way for us to try to wrap our heads around it as a society.
That I have a confidence that I never had before.
I'm just proud of who she's becoming, who she has been and who she is now, and where she's going. Mm-hmm. Sean's house has a lot to do with that.
Buffalo Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends and peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
Welcome to the Courtyard Newark at the University of Delaware.
Our hotel has plenty of lobby space for guests and students to interact in a safe manner. Welcome to our recently renovated hotel guest room. We have a combination of 126 guest rooms and suites.
Hey there. I know you're sitting there watching that incredible basketball game, and you're probably watching someone you know. But I want to talk to you about something that is super, super important. Granted, hey, let's be honest. I don't know what I would do without my phone and be able to plan the different things that I do with my friends and my colleagues and even my business. But what I'm seeing more and more of, and what I'm hearing more and more of, is that we have a real big sense of bullying and a terrible image issue going on in social media. And in particularly, I'm talking about the TikTok, I'm talking about the Instagram, I'm talking about, it's important, super important, parents and family members to check on your young people. And I'm talking about the kids that are in middle school and high school especially. They're so impressionable. They are really taking everything that's on there as really gospel, and they really apply it to their lives. And you might see changes in them, and there's things that are happening that you're not real sure where it's coming from. I can almost guarantee you it's a time that as soon as those things happen, take a look at your child's phone. And I'm talking especially about my introverted kids. These are your quiet ones. These are the ones that don't really socialize or gamers. They are kids that are not one that would really go out of their way to hang out in big crowds, but their big crowd is the internet. And I can tell you that it has changed a lot of kids, especially during our pandemic. You think you understand? They're 6 months ahead of you even questioning, do you understand? So take that moment. It's worth 5 seconds. It's worth being angry, and it's also worth having a really terrible night to go to sleep. But in the morning, believe me, you'll thank yourself.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination, offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
Taverna rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Look at that freshly sliced turkey. At Jersey Mike's, there's some things you just gotta see. Like those lovebirds over there. That's deep eating. Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
Self-care comes in many different forms. For some, it can be listening to really calm music, working out at the gym, hanging out with friends, going for a hike, whatever it may be. I want to challenge you to take at least 1 hour out of your day to do something for yourself. Something that brings joy, something that gets your body moving, something that just makes you feel good. Self-care is so important because it helps prevent burnout. We go through a lot every day with managing our jobs, school, family, and friends, and sometimes we don't focus enough on how we keep ourselves going. It's just 1 hour. Try to give yourself that time. Intentionally build it into your routine and pick something that speaks to you and motivates you to continue each and every day. All of these things can be small ways that we can incorporate self-care into our daily life. Practicing daily self-care can help us not feel so overwhelmed by the day-to-day challenges that we encounter. One thing I want everyone to remember is that you can't pour from an empty cup.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
I felt like, you know what, I'm on the road to recovery. And the fact that all these people had said, I've been there before you, dude, I felt that same feeling. I felt loneliness and fear, doubt. I had moments where I felt I was totally alone. And your story is my story is yours. My God, every time I heard that time and time again, I said, I'm not alone. Listen, when I got sober 32 years ago, that wasn't a narrative. And there's no shame today. I don't think there's any stigma in asking for help.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
The 5th Annual SL24 Memorial Classic is brought to you by Formal Affairs, High Five Hospitality, Nemours, and by the Cicero family.
Welcome back into the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington. It's the 5th Annual SL24 UnLocke the Light Memorial Classic. 2 games tonight, 5 more tomorrow. It is a who's who of basketball talent in the first state, and we are so glad to start things off with St. Mark's night. First the girls, the boys following up after this one, and the St. Mark's Spartans lead the Middletown Cavaliers at the half by a score of 18-12. I'm Scott Klatchkin alongside SL24 board members Bill Harmon and Barnett Harrison. Before we get the second half started, let's take a look at how we got here and the first half highlights.
Well, Arm McDonald, the long-rangey forward, does a great job here of running out after the steal by Short. She's able to finish at the other end. Known for her defense, but she's a terrific long-range shooter. Middletown then counters with a couple of nice inside moves on their own as the momentum started to shift. They were up 8-2, and then here's a turnover created by Middletown's zone because of the double team against Messick, and they get the run out.
Montgomery got the basket there. It was Middletown, as you mentioned, up 8-2, but then St. Mark's got it going from the outside.
And St. Mark's did a great job of exploiting this 2-3 zone in the deep corners. They reverse the ball quickly. They also go to the middle and then skip it through. All kinds of available shots. The St. Mark's shooters are always shot ready for those long-range shots.
They built up an 18-12 lead. It's the SL24 Memorial Classic. As we get started, just a reminder, there are 3 ways to donate. UnLockeTheLight.com/donate. You can also text SL24 to 53555, or when we show it, you can scan a QR code on your phone. Tickets to this event, $15 for adults, $10 for students. If you're watching the event and you have 15 or 10 to spare, everything makes a difference. Whatever you can do to help out this year is appreciated. And of course, comments, questions, tell us what you think. You can chat right here on the YouTube messaging board. And we are underway in the second half. St. Mark's and Middletown, 2 teams in need of a W. Middletown's lost 3 in a row. They started off the season 9-2, now 9-5. St. Mark's, they've dropped 3 of their last 4 without one of their best players, Sophia Messick. They are 11-4 on the season. And it should be a battle here in the second half. Bill?
It certainly should. St. Mark's man-to-man defense is really well played. Jimmy Field does a terrific job of coaching. That time, though, they gave up the baseline and no rotated help was available. But that is a staple of St. Mark's. They want to get out and pressure you, try to get some baskets out in transition.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Bill. And I think if St. Mark's can continue to push the pace, make Middletown more comfortable on the defense, then they can keep up the way they came back in the first half.
Bill, you were giving Middletown kudos on their defense, and Bria Harding, as you did so, got right to the rim. Bria Harding, that 9th grader we were talking about, the rookie in her first year, double figures in 6 games this season. She scored 127 points so far this season. That's good for 10.5 points per game. She had 16 in a 58-19 win over William Penn back on January 9th. A lot of talent on this Middletown ball club. And there's Harding again, missing, but Sinai Savage is there. That's got to be part of the conversation for Brendan Mann. Hey, get some shots up at the rim. We've got a big-time rebounder underneath on the old glass.
Savage does a great job of positioning. She's got really good hands, keeps the ball high after the rebound. She's just been unable to convert a lot of those in-close looks. But you've got to keep pounding the glass and hoping that your situation will change.
Short-handed point guard Haley Short, already an assist in this game so far. Buffon left open. There's another freshman. She made 1 3, not that time. Rebound by Messick, drops it off, but a turnover. Good idea to Fernapfel underneath, but they give it back to the Cavaliers.
Well, Middletown's defense, they've shifted from a 2-3 to a 1-2-2. They're trying to cover those slot shooters a little bit more. At some point, St. Mark's may hold the ball and force Middletown to come out and play man-to-man.
See, Messick had Fernapfel back door, but the pass just a bit behind her. Now there's Savage. They'll call it jump ball. Savage with the offensive rebound, and a jump ball turns it over to St. Mark's. But she's been active so far. No points to show for it for Savage, but active underneath.
Agreed. And Bill, to your point in the first half, when you talk about St. Mark's doubling with Savage gifted, I would like to see Middletown have a shooter flash to the corner, so when that double goes down, she can kick it out for an open shot. Middletown's having a little trouble getting an open shot, and when the double down to Savage, there is a player open that they need to just flash in front of her so she can see them better.
Messick, a couple of back-to-back possessions with great drop-offs for her teammates, but nothing to show for it as St. Mark's misses again. They've led in this one after being down 8-2, and then Harding getting in deep. Savage can't convert underneath.
Right now, Harding is getting anywhere she wants on the court, and that is going to be a problem for St. Mark's if they don't adjust.
Fernapfel, an open look, gets the scoring started in the third quarter for St. Mark's.
Fernapfel does a really nice job of running the court. She's a tall woman. She moves well. She's got excellent hands, a good defender as well, and she's matched up inside right now on Savage.
A little more balance right now in the scoring column for St. Mark's. 6 players scored in that first half for the Spartans, as opposed to 3 for Middletown.
I think Jimmy loves that. Jimmy Friel, I'm talking about in his 6th year. He has always preached teamwork, cohesion. They do a nice job of passing, sharing the ball. It's certainly a staple of Jimmy Friel's program.
Haley Short, the point guard. Messick, after an absence, returning to the team, and now Buffon. Future bright for Jim Friel thanks to Buffon, but she misses her second quarter jump shot of the second half. Layla Jacobs running a bit of a point, trying to get it into Savage. And there are a lot of potential fouls not being called. A lot of contact on at the break. We'll see if those whistles are working. As, there they are. There's one on the inside as they go down to Ray Johnson, who scored 4.5 points per game on the season. And a timeout, I believe, is taken by Middletown's Brendan Mann as St. Mark leads it 20-14. You're watching the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic. We are raising funds for the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation. UnLocke the Light Foundation dedicated to unlocking the students' light by providing resources for those struggling with depression, self-injury, and suicide. If you know anyone that needs help and that is experiencing a mental health emergency, first off, call 911 if that's the case. But if you feel like you or someone you know needs help, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline is 800-273-TALK, and the crisis text line, you can text HOME to 741741. We are raising awareness and funds for mental health, and you can text SL24 to 53555 to help donate as we raise funds. So what an event this was. The first year, 2008, $208,000 were raised. Wow, what an amazing year that is. The second year, they beat that, $233,000. Year 3, you know where I'm heading with this, Barnett. Even more money, $254,000 plus in year number 3. And then last year, over $400,000 were raised for UnLocke the Light, and we hope to eclipse and keep the trend going and raise even more money this year. So please text if you can, scan that QR code on your screen as we get back to action here in quarter number 3.
What's terrific about this foundation is how much of a grassroots organization it is, and you have so many different volunteers. This horrific situation has touched so many different people, and one of the really remarkable things is how many people do participate in it and how meaningful it is to them. Credit Chris Locke and all those volunteers for everything they do. Unsung, a lot of unsung heroes out there.
4 points, 4 rebounds now for Messick, as that was a beautiful O-Reb and put back underneath by Messick. Double figures in 6 of the 8 games that she's played so far this season. She had 18 against Del Castle back on January 6th. We see Bria Harding checking back in the ball game, and she's the one that's really been able to get where she wants to go on the floor. They like having Harding in the game and operating for the Cavaliers.
Harding's done a really nice job against the fine St. Mark's defender, Lauren McDonald. She's been able to drive the ball on the baseline, split into the middle. She's a willing passer as well as trying to score herself.
Ball goes out of bounds. We talk about raising funds for UnLocke the Light as we help unlock your light. You head to unlockthelight.com and head to SL24hoops.com. Bidding is underway. It goes through tomorrow. There's lots of basketball games tomorrow, 5 of them. But check out the auctions. We've got auction bids that are already up so far to raising $27,000 in the auction, and we're just getting started. We're here. We just started the third quarter of game number 1 of 7, and the auction already up to $27,000. Get those bids in. I know plenty of people that would love to stay 7 days in Antigua or St. Lucia, Panama, Barbados, maybe tuition for a year at St. Mark's. If you're watching this, you're either a Middletown fan or a basketball fan, but you might be a family member or have a kid that goes to St. Mark's, and getting your tuition to be a donation would sound pretty good to me. $15,000 value. Head to that auction page at SL24hoops.com. Savage underneath. And she's got 8 for Middletown, keeping them in the ballgame.
And that's what Savage does so well. Great position, excellent hands, very aggressive going for that second chance opportunity.
You mentioned at the beginning of the game that fatigue might play a factor in this game, and Middletown's bench hasn't been as deep as St. Mark's, and I think I'm starting to see fatigue play a little factor. So I'm going to really watch how, especially on the defensive side, Middletown plays these last 3 minutes, because offensively you can see that they're a little stagnant as when compared to how they started the quarter off, and I think they're a little bit fatigued.
something to keep an eye on, Barnett, and a great point. I believe 13 players have gotten into rotation for Jim Friel's ball club. We mentioned 6 of them scoring so far, so just more players able to get in and out of the game for the Spartans thus far. Johnson sets a screen, sets up Messick from G-League range.
The key was the screening action at the top of the 1-2-2 zone, and that freed up the shooter because the help was drawn towards him because of the screen.
Jim Friel's got to love having Sophia Messick back in the lineup. She missed 4 games from January 10th to January 26th. Came back on Tuesday at 13 points in a win over Friends. And to have a player that can stroke it like that, a veteran on this ball club, it just sparks this St. Mark's team.
What's so good about her game, Scott, is that she can play at all 3 levels. She's a good free throw shooter. She can shoot the 3, but she's also terrific in the mid-range. Very willing to shot bake and get into great places to improve her percentage.
Fantastic take by Sinai Savage. She's got 4 second-half points in double figures for the 9th time this season.
She's probably close to that in rebounds as well. She's had her hands on a lot of basketballs underneath. She takes up space inside. She does a good job with her angles, and I really like her hands. She's able to garner a lot of passes when she's being bumped.
Now defending the guard, the phone brings it back up. With 2 to go in the 3rd quarter. The phone likes that corner spot. She likes to find her mark there. She made one earlier in the first half.
She certainly does, and she's spotted up, and her teammates know that. They will look to her whether they skip it to her, whether they work through the middle, or they just get a quick ball reversal at the top.
Scott, coming out of this play, I would like to see Middletown run a play for Savage. I think she's finding her groove, and she's shown that she plays dominance. And on the flip side, I would like to see St. Mark's double her anywhere she's on the court. Force Savage to pass it out and have someone else beat you.
See how good of a passer she is if the double comes. It does not. They did make her a jump shooter that time, though, Barnett.
Yeah, and I think that's also just as successful. If you don't want to get beat to the hoop, force her to make a jump shot or 2 before you put more pressure on her outside.
Johnson's done a nice job on Savage since she's entered the ball game. Messick, catch, release, 3 again. Strong this time. Buffon battling for a rebound, but she can't haul it in as we are under a minute here in quarter number 3. Grimm going to check in for Middletown, and that will give Jacobs a breather. Buffon going to head to the bench as well. She's given solid minutes as well. There's Buffon, good offensive rebound, but just could not grip it for the Spartans. Now Savage ahead of the pack, has Johnson to beat to the rim and does so, but cannot finish off the window. Ball is loose and it's a tie-up. The arrow going to be Middletown basketball, but they are going to Savage, and I know that's something you were looking for.
Well, they've thrown over the top against this full-court man-to-man pressure of St. Mark's. And Savage, if she was able to convert a few more of these layups inside, Middletown would probably have the lead. So they've had some unfortunate luck inside, but they need to keep probing with that and attacking.
Savage and one for Sinai Savage. She's got 12 of Middletown's 20, a chance for one more at the line.
One thing that's really impressed me with both of these teams is the unselfishness. They are willing, as you see past the Savage, and she finishes a tough layup. They are both willing passers on both sides of the ball, and that's just beautiful basketball.
Well, Bria Harding certainly is exactly what you just described. She is a penetrator. She can shoot it herself, but she really enjoys getting into the lane, getting a help-up situation, and dropping the ball off to her teammate Savage down low to finish.
All right, now 24 assists on the season. Leads the team in that category. And Sinai Savage, a 58% free throw shooter on the year, is 3 of 3. When the lights shine brightly here at the field house, and into the action is Canagallo, her 4th point of the night.
Canagallo, another one of these bench performers that Jimmy Friel got in the first half, so she has a good feel for the game and the court.
St. Mark's has had an answer every time Savage has gone down and scored. A nice drop-off pass, but a gimme missed by Dorst underneath, and the Cavaliers are going to have to start converting those if they want to come back in this ballgame down by 6. 2 seconds. Savage going to throw something up from half court. I don't think she realized the time, and and does not get a shot off. We are headed to fourth quarter action here at the Chase Fieldhouse. It's the SL24 Memorial Classic, the 5th annual, and we are excited for this finish. 27-21, St. Mark's is leading. We've got 8 minutes left.
Warden Taylor LLC Real Estate Law Firm specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
I felt like, you know what, I'm on the road to recovery. And the fact that all these people had said, I've been there before you, dude, I felt that same feeling. I felt loneliness and fear, doubt. I had moments where I felt I was totally alone. And your story is my story is yours. My God, every time I heard that time and time again, I said, I'm not alone. Listen, when I got sober 32 years ago, that wasn't a narrative. And there's no shame today. I don't think there's any stigma in asking for help.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
The 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is brought to you by CBM Insurance, Precision Wealth, Chase, and by the Locke family.
A 2-possession lead for the St. Mark's Spartans over the Middletown Cavaliers with 8 minutes left. The energy in the building is rocking as we get to the final quarter of the first game of 7 this weekend. You are watching the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic as we raise funds and awareness for mental health. I am so honored to be here. Scott Klatskin alongside Bill Harmon and Barnett Harris, and we've got a good one to start things off.
Well, we certainly do. This has been hotly contested. A 6-point spread at halftime, 6-point spread at the end of the third quarter. Middletown has really hung in. Their defense has rallied them. If they can complete some inside shots, they've got a chance to win this game.
They've gotten the looks, just have not converted a high percentage in the second half. The runner by Messick, no good. Follows her shot, missing again. Another OREB, but a steal. And now it's Benoit who keeps it alive. We'll see a tie-up. And it'll be Middletown basketball as St. Mark's got it to begin the fourth quarter. Sinai Savage has been everywhere underneath, and in the third quarter she dominated for this Middletown team. Expect more from 24 here in the fourth.
Savage is a terrific player, gets great position, very powerful inside, though she's had some difficulty finishing against this big front of St. Mark's. I still like her play. She gets great position on the offensive glass, is a really willing participant defensively.
Benoit getting the turnover off the inbound. Benoit doesn't score a whole lot for this team, but really gets it done defensively. She had 4 steals in a game against Newark Charter earlier this season. And here's Jacobs running into some traffic, and St. Mark's getting the steal. Messick leading the break. Harding getting back on defense. Benoit saying, what'd you say about me offensively? I'm going to get a bucket on cue. And she gives St. Mark's their largest lead of the night. It's an 8-point advantage, 29-21.
Nice job by Sophia Messick, who got a little far underneath and then drops the ball back off to her teammate Kiera Benoit, who was running the court after the steal.
Harding had a good start to the second half. Now she enters into Savage. Savage between two.
Savage did a great job of splitting the double team before it could get established. She, as I mentioned, has a good feel for angles, turning to that right shoulder and finishing with her right hand.
I think she knew the move she wanted to make as soon as she caught the ball, and that's why she was able to get to it so quickly.
She's running the floor. They've got to look ahead for her. They can enter to her. She's got a clear side of the floor. Didn't find her that time. Now McDonald pressuring Harding. Just hand it to her. She's going to work. Draws the contact and the foul. I'll tell you what, she's wearing 24, making the number 24 very proud tonight. Of course, 24 worn by Sean Locke at the University of Delaware at St. Mark's, the 2012 St. Mark's graduate. Sean Locke, the middle of 7 children, always had a smile on his face. He was voted best smiler at St. Mark's. How about that? Best all around, and of course he was. Savage representing the number 24 and Sean Locke well today. And you got on the screen, you can see a couple of the items up for auction. They're here at the Chase Fieldhouse. This is not like you order it, we'll ship it to you. I'm staring baseline at a Trevor Lawrence signed autographed jersey. Bones Highland, you can get his jersey as well. How about Bones Highland coming home last week and getting honored at his high school at St. George's, getting his number retired? That was a pretty neat ceremony.
That was a terrific affair. The AD and football coach down there, John Wilson, did a great job of orchestrating that wonderful evening for Highland, and it was very well attended, and it happened right before a game that St. George's played at home. But what a great story, doing just a magnificent job for the Denver Nuggets.
And you can get a jersey autographed by an NBA player, Bones Highland. Great ball movement there for St. Mark's. Can't finish on the three, but they've been active on the glass, and that's Lennon with the rebound, keeping alive for St. Mark's. All you got to do is head to SL24hoops.com. Check out the auction, already up to $27,000 raised. That number is only going to continue to grow as people watch this event and find out, what do you mean I can bid on a 7-night stay to Antigua? They're going to go online. They're going to get a discounted vacation. So
with this cold weather, I think a lot of people ought to be bidding for that.
It is frigid outside. I'm glad whoever that you're at home watching this or in the building tonight. Thank you for tuning in. The 5th annual SL24 UnLocke the Light Memorial Classic. I wouldn't want to be outside. I'd want to be watching hoops. I'd be wanting to watch Sophia Karch hit the jumper. She had 12 points versus Tower Hill back on January 6th, and it's her first bucket tonight.
Well, great ball movement there against the zone, and that has really hurt Middletown from time to time. Their zone slides have been a little bit late. At some point, they're probably going to have to come out of this zone and go man-to-man. One of the other difficulties is, especially in the second half, they have not blocked out as well, because in zone, you don't have a typical assignment in which to make sure you go get a body on somebody.
And St. Mark's has shown an intentional willingness to crash the boards.
Foul away from the action. You see Lennon in the action. Harding's got to get going. But with that jumper from Karch, now 8 players have scored for St. Mark's. It is a balanced scoring attack for this St. Mark's team, something we talked about, something that Jim Friel likes to do, to get multiple players involved. And we talked about Messick, as she's played well in the 8 games that she's played, but McDonald has been the star at times. Buffon has been the star throughout the season. So multiple players leading this team to an 11-4 record so far.
Well, Jimmy Friel's done a great job of coordinating these substitutions, and it's much more difficult than you think. And then to be able to orchestrate it during practice, so these combinations have been used to playing with one another. A terrific coaching job by Jimmy Friel and his staff.
5 minutes left for Middletown Cavaliers that once led 8-2. Now you get some buckets, and plays like that will help spark the action. Assist by Savage and a bucket underneath for Durst, her first 2 of the night.
What a terrific high-low. Savage gets the ball on the side out of bounds play, and then finds Durst on the weak side. A wonderful pass, excellent execution against the man on the ball by St. Mark's.
See some full court pressure by St. Mark's to make it difficult. Force breaks it. She's got Savage with her, and then a reach in and a steal for Sophia Karch.
Karch did a great job there of retracing her steps from offense to defense. That's always a sign of a really good player when they transition quickly, especially from their offensive end to their defensive end.
Coach Armour, if I'm the Middletown coach, I'm thinking about calling a timeout when we get on offense. His players are a little tired. He hasn't subbed in a while. And this is a very crucial time. So I would call a timeout, draw up your best play to one of your best players to try to get an easy bucket and to just allow them to catch their breath.
I would not disagree. He is probably going to save his timeouts for the end game, but there are situations during the game where a timeout would be very useful, just if nothing else, to settle your team down and get a coordinated attack plan.
Foul underneath, and St. Mark's will shoot a pair, and if Middletown is going to come back down by 5, they'll want to continue to go into Sinai Savage, number 24, with the Cavaliers, who's averaging 14 points per game. She's in double figures tonight. We talked a lot about her, and she's really been the leader for this Cavaliers team, and you can see some of the work she's done.
Savage is really difficult to defend because she runs the court well. She's got excellent hands, has a good feel for the angles for a post player. Utmost importance to know which way to turn when you're countering because you have your back to the basket. I really like this young woman. She does a really nice job, a fine athlete, and she's held up well. Not sure she's barely come out of this game and seems to still be hanging in from the fatigue standpoint.
End game free throws not a problem right now for St. Mark's. Karch knocks in a pair. 8 of 14 from the free throw line coming into this ball game, and she just strokes 2 of them.
If you'd ever watched Jimmy Field play, he was one of the really fine shooters of his era and a wonderful foul shooter, and he spends a lot of time with his team shooting foul shots in different situations during practice.
St. Mark's can take time off this clock now. No shot clock in the high school game in Delaware, so make sure you get a good look. The phone, an NBA range 3. Again, perhaps some confusion as to where to set up because of the multiple lines. That was a deep 3. It was short, and now a foul on the floor.
Well, you make a great point. With the 2 lines out there, sometimes the players really lose track of where they are on the court. And with that extended line, that's a 3 feet plus extension, and if you're not used to shooting from there, you have to use your legs more. It's going to be a much more difficult shot.
Timeout on the floor, and
I was going to say, Scott, that doesn't just happen in high school. When we played at Villanova a few times, we would play where the 76ers played when they had the NBA three-point line, and a couple of our guards got a little ambitious, and Coach Ross was not too pleased on the
not
next
Usher,
time.
was it, or Sadler?
Well,
ambitious is a nice word, by the way.
One of your teammates had what we call in the gym range, and that's Sean Locke. And Bill, you were his coach in high school, and one of the all-time greats at St. Mark's High School. We see his alma mater playing right now. We'll see his former team, the boys' side, play at 8 o'clock. But just one of the great shooters, the great players, and started as a freshman. We've seen Buffon here on the girls' side. That is a rarity at St. Mark's, but he came in and made a difference as a 9th grader.
He certainly did, and my first meeting with Sean was in a summer league game where he showed up, and we happened to be short some players because of a baseball tournament. We knew he was coming, so his dad had brought him to the game. He came in, and he played for us the entire game, and I knew right there he was going to be a special player. He had great poise. He had a great feel for the game. He fit in very well with our teammates. And as you and Barnett have already noted, he never saw a shot that he didn't like.
And
he made a lot, though.
Yeah. And
he made a lot.
Do not let him get hot. Oh, there was no shot he wouldn't take, let alone like.
Was he a trash talker at all, Barnett?
Oh, if he made his first couple, it all started how he started. If he made his first couple, you wouldn't hear the end of it. But if he missed his first couple, then he'd calm down, then get warm. But if he started off hot, the rest is history.
Sean was a trash talker.
It was going to be a noisy afternoon if he got going. We're sharing great stories about Sean Locke, and of course the SL24 Memorial Classic in honor of our dear friend Sean that we lost way too early on July 18th, 18, and the UnLocke the Light Foundation is all about unlocking your light. We didn't know what Sean was going through. We share these stories, and they bring smiles to our faces. And we mentioned at St. Mark's, he was voted best smile. So we never would have thought that we would lose Sean at the age of 23 years old, just 21 days from his lucky number 24's birthday, and that's what this night is all about. There's some great games. There's some fantastic basketball that's going to be played tonight and tomorrow, but we share stories about Sean Locke, and some of them are older stories because unfortunately we don't get to make new ones with Sean. And so tonight we remember Sean. We raise money and awareness for mental health, and we don't want to forget that that's what tonight is all about, the amazing things that Sean's house is doing as we honor Sean Locke. 45,000 visits to the Sean Locke house, or Sean's house, since opening on September 4th, 2020. And because of you, because of your donations tonight, as you watch this basketball game, we can continue to do great things in the community and remember Sean and have his memory live on. Please, if you're watching, do what you can and donate by texting SL24. That's SL24 to 53555. You can visit unlockthelight.com/donate as well, as we remember our friend Sean here. And he's happy, I'm sure, the way his alma mater is getting things started. Up 33-26. They've got 3 minutes to hold on or add on to their total. And you know what? Buffon reminds me a whole lot of what we were telling about Sean Locke, because, you know, she has not been her night shooting. She's missed it from both corners here in the second half, but only a ninth grader and still quick on the trigger. Shooters shoot, and Sean would have loved that about her.
Well, Sophia is a really fine player. I've been watching her. She does a lot of really cagey things on the court, a very intelligent player. Knows where to move to get her favorite shot. Even though she's missed a couple, she really has just missed them. They've been right on target. I think she's going to be a terrific player. Comes from a great family, a basketball-known family, and she's got great genetics for this sport.
And the St. Mark's offense is so patient. They're gonna wait until they get the shot that they want to take. And that's one thing that's impressed me, especially in the second half, where Middletown has tried to speed up the pace at times, put a little pressure at times, slow it down at times. St. Mark's seems like they're not rushed. They're going to run their plays and take the shots that are open.
Well, that's a sign of a very well-coached team in that they execute their game plan versus the zone. And now we've seen Middletown come back out and play a little bit more man-to-man with some pressure here since being down 7 with under 3 minutes to go.
Bria Harding plays like a veteran, not the ninth grader that she is. That was a fantastic move. Got to the rim, but even better defense by Ava Fernafel, who blocked it out of bounds. It stays with the Cavaliers. And for Middletown, in a game where they're down now by 7, 2:30 left to go in the contest, what makes it more difficult to come from behind for the Cavaliers, not a three-point shooting team. They don't make a whole lot of threes. Elena Dorse leads the team with 10. No other player this season has more than 3 three-pointers. So not a team that can get more than a couple at a time. And that we'll see how that unfolds as this game continues.
What they want to do, though, they need to drive the ball or get it inside to Savage and try to get some foul situations where they can score with the clock not moving.
Traveling violation by Summer Montgomery gives it back to St. Mark's, and they've been stifling over the last couple of minutes defensively. McDonald and Fernafel leading the way.
Well, you mentioned Ava Fernafel, the sophomore. She's done an admirable job coming in because Bella Prado, the starting center, got injured in the first quarter, and she's been out since then, and I think Ava has really given her team some terrific minutes, both at the defensive and the offensive end.
Bria Harding wasn't in love with the call, but a reach-in foul called against the Cavaliers, and Brendan Mann talking with his ninth grader, the future of the program. Bria Harding playing varsity as a rookie. Trying to get a steal there. 1-1 for St. Mark's, and a really good free throw shooting effort by Sophia Karch now. She's got 5 points on 3 of 3 from the stripe.
I've been impressed with Sophia Karch. She has a nice feel for the game. She's played excellent defense, moves her feet well, and here she's put to the task at the free throw line. She's got a wonderful stroke.
This is on the second try, but an 8-point lead for St. Mark's. The Spartans 11-4 on the season. Wrap around to Savage. She can't grab it. Montgomery dribbled right out of bounds along the baseline. We'll give it back. That's back-to-back turnovers for Montgomery, unfortunately.
And I think at some point here, as you mentioned earlier, Barnett, Brendan Mann, the Middletown coach, may want to use a timeout, if nothing else, to settle his team down. Some uncharacteristic turnovers. But Brendan Mann's done a nice job. He's got a short bench. He's done a nice work with coordinating his reserves in when they've been able to play. And Scott, that turnover by Leah Jacobs was the result of some excellent pressure by St. Mark's defense. They retrace as well as anybody. They do a lot of drills in which they sprint back on defense. That also is a sign of a very well-coached team. Jimmy Field deserves a lot of credit, as does his staff.
Jim Friel, Val Karch, Shannon Friel on the bench there for the St. Mark's Spartans. 11-4, 95 seconds away from getting their 12th win of the season. They've got the basketball, don't need to force a shot. They did force a pass inside. Johnson couldn't control, and Middletown with the rock. They've got to push, they've got to score in a hurry, and that's their 4th straight turnover, not helping the cause.
Well, and another unfortunate turnover. That's really been the story here for Middletown in the second half. They've had some good looks, they've missed, they've pushed the ball in transition, but have been unable to take advantage due to some untimely mistakes handling the ball, whereas St. Mark's has missed some shots, but they've moved the ball extremely well. I have a feeling that Jimmy Friel's telling his team at this timeout, layups only or foul shots only.
Jim Friel calls the timeout. Team headed to the bench, up by 8. Minute 21 left in this one. I want to remind all of our viewers that you can head to SL24hoops.com and check out the silent auction. We've got tuition for a year to St. Mark's High School. When does that expire? I got a 5-year-old. When is that? How long can
never.
Can I lock in that rate for
you get it
for
forever,
a decade?
Scott.
We'll see. I know we'll talk to some folks there, but what a great prize that is. 7-night stays for vacations. Trevor Lawrence jersey. Troy Reeder and Nasir Adderley, former Delaware players, now on the Chargers, signing a helmet. Dante DiVincenzo signed a jersey. Bones Highland signed a jersey. Maybe that's not your thing. Maybe you like to eat. How about a cake from the Cake Boss? I mean, the array of prizes that they've got for this silent auction is incredible. Visit SL24hoops.com. Make sure you follow Sean's house. You can see the handles on social media, on Instagram, on Facebook. Bill, what's your Instagram? What's your TikTok handle, Bill?
I'm sorry, Scott. I don't even know how to spell TikTok, much less use it.
It would be Coach H 2000.
No hashtags for me, gentlemen.
I joke, but I'm not there. I'm not there either.
I do not have any presence on social media, nor would anybody want me to.
Oh, I would. I do. I would love for it.
My life is extremely boring, Barnett.
No, it's not.
He hangs out with me a lot.
Other than when I hang out with Scott.
He hangs a lot with me, so I don't know what that's saying.
Scott's one of the most
It's
exciting
highlight
people.
of my day, Scott.
Scott is one of the most exciting people to hang out with. I wish I could hang out with Scott more. Makes me want to come back to Delaware a lot.
Hey, anytime.
I tell you, who you want to hang out with is his son Ryan. He is a real basketball aficionado at the age of 4.
I'm aging myself. I remember when Scott didn't have kids.
That's
how long Scott and I go back.
It was 5.5 years ago. You're good at math. Let's get back to the lines of the folks going on in this game because St. Mark's able to pull and expand their lead as this game got to the end. And that's signs of, and Bill mentioned it, well-coached basketball teams, how they play down the stretch, how you play with a lead. A good timeout, I think, taken a moment ago. And now, as the game has gotten closer to ending, their largest lead, their first double-digit lead of the night.
Well, good teams know how to close out games. You've got to be good with the ball. You've got to make good decisions with it if you're driving or shooting. And then you've got to be able to make your free throws.
Sinai Savage throwing it out of bounds towards the CYO team that played at halftime, getting them into the action. You buy a baseline seat here at the Chase Fieldhouse.
You never know when one's going to come your way.
You got to keep your head on a swivel. What a great start to the night here. It's game 1 of 7, game 1 of 2 tonight. It's unofficially, we like to call it, maybe just me, maybe I like to call it St. Mark's Night. And the first night of the event has always been St. Mark's basketball. We start with the girls. The boys team going to come up next at 8 o'clock. And just a fun, exciting start to this one. The green and gold getting a win on game number 1. And Sean Locke's alma mater, I know he's smiling. And he's got to like one, a win for his alma mater, and 2, a player on another team wearing his jersey number getting it done for the Cavaliers. 10-point lead for St. Mark's. If St. Mark's doesn't turn the basketball over, they can do it this way.
This is a really good club that Jimmy Field has. They struggled a little bit when Messick was out, but I think they've really regained their balance, playing very well together. This is a solid win for his program because this Middletown team came in. They have some excellent talent, well coached themselves by Brendan Mann, and they'll be an issue for people to deal with in the Blue Hit Conference.
9.5 left. Johnson at the stripe. If you're watching tonight, make sure you donate. It costs $15 to be here for adults, $10 for students. We'd love for you to chip in whatever you can by texting SL24 to 53555. And don't go anywhere after this one. We've got a lot of action left to go. The boys are up next for St. Mark's as this one gets to the final of 36-26. St. Mark's improves to 12-4 on the season. Middletown drops their 4th in a row, and what a well-played ball game by the St. Mark's Spartans, pulling ahead late and winning by double figures.
This is a very solid team that Jimmy Field's put together, going 12-4. They have size, they have length, they have a couple of really good shooters, as we've mentioned, but I just like the way they play together. A very unselfish team, play excellent team defense, get back on defense to negate any runouts by the opposition. I thought they had a really great effort tonight. They didn't shoot it as well as they would have liked, but they did everything else and checked a lot of boxes, which is what good teams do, and then closed the game out.
A 36-26 victory for the St. Mark's Spartans, 12th win of the season. Only 4 losses. Middletown now 9-6 on the year. We are just getting started here at the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic. Don't go anywhere, because at 8 o'clock we will have tip-off of game number 2 of 7. It's the St. Mark's Spartans taking on the DMA Seahawks. A fun night getting us started here at the Fieldhouse. Great venue. Thank you for watching. While you wait for game number 2, donate by texting SL24 to 53555. Check out the silent auction and find out more ways that you can help by going to SL24hoops.com. More basketball coming up soon.
Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Do not underestimate the importance of mental health, not just for you, but for your entire team. Hi, I'm Jim Friel.
And I'm Val Karch.
We are the coaches of the St. Mark's girls basketball team.
We recently took our team to Sean's house to shine a light on mental health and depression. There's so much pressure on these girls that they need to know when they need someone to talk to, Sean's house is there for them.
Together, we can help destigmatize mental health.
Together, we can light the fight.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Warden Taylor LLC, real estate law firm, specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people through my kids, through my wife, through family, through friends. I'm open about my previous struggles. I kind of hid my recovery days because it wasn't accepted. Any one of my successes today are because I faced my fears and I wanted to make a change. This is a great resource for many kids to get a second start, a second chance, and to face their mental health issues.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
The fact that they have a physical space is super important. It was nice for us to get off of campus and get out of Middletown, but also come to some place that was so familiar to our kids. You know, kids from Middletown have been coming to UD games forever, and so for me, it just meant a lot to show them that this resource was here in a place that they could access. So other teams that are thinking about it, absolutely take advantage of it. Come have a sit-down dinner, come hang out and talk, get away from school and get away from the athletic field and come, bring a team to have a time just to get away from that and just enjoy being around each other. And
having a place to go where majority of the people are feeling the same thing I'm feeling, it's just comforting knowing I have somewhere I can go to release the stress.
Chill area, you can pop a squat anywhere you want, wherever you're comfortable. For a lot of us, it's really scary to talk about our feelings and how we feel, especially as athletes, because we're taught be mentally tough, be strong, push through the pain. So I think it's a great resource to help people understand, like, it's okay to not be okay.
Going back to school, I think I know a lot of athletes. We're just here representing basketball, but all the sports at Middletown, there are so many of our friends play them, so we can recommend this house to all of them if they're struggling as well.
At Jersey Mike's, they slice your order fresh right in front of you. And let me tell you, watching that can send a rush of emotions through a person. Excitement, impatience, baby-like wonder, indecisive, anticipatory chewing, nerves pacing, happy claps, and finally, jealousy, because that's this guy's sub. I should order one. Good idea. Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
International students, of course, language is a challenge. They feel uncomfortable that they cannot fully express themselves in English, which will make them feel self-conscious. And then, of course, they're away from their families. They are away from their friends. Everything is brand new to them. The big challenges are, I know where I fit in at home. Where do I fit in here? I know how to express myself at home. I know what's culturally appropriate. And I don't know what to do here. All of that, they have to learn.
Being away from home, not having family around and stuff really makes you feel like you're alone, and then kind of just the culture shock of being here and, like, you know, you might have friends and people around you, but you still want that connection with people that understand your cultural experience and what you're going through.
You are really far away from your family, your loved ones. Many times there's a big time difference, so if you need someone, they're sleeping back home.
When I decided to be in UD or maybe in US, away from my home country, there was one factor which I missed, and it was like being lonely all the time. Because in my country, or I was surrounded by my friends, my family, so I didn't feel that void of being connected to someone, or there is always someone around you who you can just go and talk to. But when you get in a new country, so that can be very lonely initially. You don't have much friend.
This is a space that I can come back to if I'm feeling especially low, or if I need help. I can always come back. And I know where it is. I've been in here. I feel comfortable.
I felt really at home. I got to meet so many Indian and international people. They were, all open-minded. They literally came to me, talked to me. So that sort of community is what this Sean's House is creating.
Sean's House, when they have the international dinners, when they have the Thanksgiving dinner, or the Christmas holidays events that you guys do, you give a chance where, for someone like me, I can come here. And although I'm not going to be able to spend the time with my family, I'm going to be able to spend time with other people across the globe, other Americans.
The international student dinners are really valuable primarily because it brings students together and gives them a chance to just socialize and get to know a new friend, and to just be in a comfortable space and talk.
Being able to relax here and have dinners. That's the thing I hear constantly, is the international dinners, being able to talk with and feel like they have a place that they can just take a deep breath and sit.
We have a place to simply disconnect from that all pressure and from that environment where we feel pressure all the time.
Me encanta ser parte del equipo aquí en Sean's House.
मला Sean's House मध्ये खूप जास्त छान वाटतं.
मला स्पार्बली Sean's House.
मुझे Sean's House बहुत पसंद है.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
Hi, I'm Reese Davis from ESPN's College Game Day. The SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation is doing remarkable and important work. I don't even know if work is the proper word. Maybe we should refer to it as a ministry to help those who are struggling with depression or self-harm issues or perhaps even suicidal thoughts. You know, it's so important to have someone to turn to in these times because everybody feels this way from time to time. Over the past year, I've had an opportunity to talk to numerous athletic directors and coaches around the country, and so many of them have told me that the mental health issues among their athletes are through the roof. And you would think this wouldn't be so with people in the prime of their lives. And on the one hand, it saddened me, and it certainly does, but it also heartened me in some ways because for these people, for the coaches, for the athletic directors to be aware of it, meant that the young men and women who are having these issues were willing to talk about it. And that's what this SL24 Foundation seeks to provide for all of us. You know, I know that it's easy to think that athletes or broadcasters have it made, or whoever it might be that you admire, and think they have everything they want. They couldn't possibly have any problems. But everyone at some point in their lives encounter issues that can be depressing. For me, I try to rely on my faith. I think being part of something bigger than I am and knowing that I have an eternal promise that's available to everyone is really important in terms of mental health. And many of you have probably been to weddings where they define love. And they say that love is patient and kind. It's not self-seeking. It always hopes. It always trusts. It always perseveres. But another thing in that passage it says is that it always protects. And I think that's what we're called on to do in this moment in time. And we have so many of our young people who are struggling with various issues. We have to protect each other. And the SL24 Foundation gives people an avenue to be able to help. And if you are one of the people struggling, I encourage you to reach out. And if you're one of the people who aren't struggling, be aware, be open, be ready to show true love and try to protect each other.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination, offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
I felt like, you know what, I'm on the road to recovery. And the fact that all these people had said, I've been there before you, dude, I felt that same feeling. I felt loneliness and fear, doubt. I had moments where I felt I was totally alone. And your story is my story is yours. My God, every time I heard that time and time again, I said, I'm not alone. Listen, when I got sober 32 years ago, that wasn't a narrative. And there's no shame today. I don't think there's any stigma in asking for help.
We're here with Chris Locke. Always great to see you.
Good to see you,
I know
Michael.
It's a busy time. What a year it's been, right? I mean, I don't even know how you would assess everything that's happened over this past year. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, the growth of Sean's house has been phenomenal, more than we ever thought was going to happen. This last year alone, we've had over 12,000 kids come to the house, over 18,000 since we opened up just 27 months ago. And we opened up October 1st, 2020. So in that period of time, we've had 18,000 kids come through the front door. And we just can't believe that there are so many kids out there that need a place like Sean's house. And we're just humbled by everybody who's out there rolling up their sleeves and trying to help these young adults.
How about young adults from 39 different states and 67 different countries? I mean, could you even fathom that?
No.
Of how much globally you're helping these people?
No, and that's the beauty of being in Newark. There is a huge international student population here, but we're seeing international students not only from the University of Delaware, but from Goldie Beacon, Wilmington U, and just people who live in the community. Just recently we had a dinner, and there was two women sitting there, one from Ukraine and one from Russia, and here they are celebrating Thanksgiving dinner, at Sean's house. We had a student from Africa, and he talked about, I'm going to bring this back to my town. Having a place like Sean's house, that gets that conversation going around the dinner tables, around the diners, around the dorm rooms, and that's what this is all about.
You're going out, you're speaking to high schools, you're speaking to colleges, and then this past summer you had legislation passed in the state of Delaware. How big is that for what you're trying to do to help everyone prior to even just coming here?
Yeah, that was a huge game changer. It was something we had started 3.5 years ago. I had the pleasure of meeting with Val Longhurst, who's the majority leader down in Dover, and she asked, what would you like to see done? And I just kind of threw it out there. How about we do mandatory mental health education, K through 12? And she looked at me and she goes, I love it, let's do it. To have the governor come here, honor Sean, and sign the bill at the place he was at when he went to UD is just amazing. This house has got a spirit about it that is just amazing.
You talked about what it was like for others when they come to this place. I know kind of the feeling that I get, just walking up and coming into the house. What's the feeling that you have when you start to walk up the steps and you walk into this house?
It's a lot of mixed emotions, this was Sean's house. He lived here. This is, 3 years of his life that were very formative and was probably some of the happiest times he's ever had here. I'm truly grateful. And I know Sean is looking down and going, holy cow, all this in such a short period of time.
Keep it going. Love being a part of
you.
this with you, man. Thanks for everything.
Michael, I appreciate
All
it.
right,
Thank
all
you
the best.
so much.
Thank you.
See now.
At Buffalo Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
Self-care comes in many different forms. For some, it can be listening to really calm music, working out at the gym, hanging out with friends, going for a hike, whatever it may be. I want to challenge you to take at least 1 hour out of your day to do something for yourself. Something that brings joy, something that gets your body moving, something that just makes you feel good. Self-care is so important because it helps prevent burnout. We go through a lot every day with managing our jobs, school, family, and friends, and sometimes we don't focus enough on how we keep ourselves going. It's just 1 hour. Try to give yourself that time. Intentionally build it into your routine and pick something that speaks to you and motivates you to continue each and every day. All of these things can be small ways that we can incorporate self-care into our daily life. Practicing daily self-care can help us not feel so overwhelmed by the day-to-day challenges that we encounter. One thing I want everyone to remember is that you can't pour from an empty cup.
Warden Taylor LLC, real estate law firm, specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor LLC, bringing our experience to your experience.
Marks, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's House is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike Sub. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. well beyond medicine.
At Buffalo Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Every time you order a hot sub from Jersey Mike's, it's grilled fresh. I call it dinner and a show. Look at that sizzle. Grilled right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
The 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is presented by St. Mark's, Platinum Dining Group, and by Jersey Mike's.
It's game number 2 of the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic in memory of Sean Locke from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington, Delaware. It's St. Mark's night, Sean Locke's alma mater. Thank you for joining us this weekend as we continue to raise awareness surrounding mental health and suicide and to raise funds for the foundation to provide services and continue the development of Sean's House to help those in need. DMA versus St. Mark's here from the Chase Fieldhouse. Hello, everyone. I'm Scott Klanskin alongside Delaware coach and broadcaster and my good friend Bill Harmon. And maybe your top title, SL24 board member. What an amazing event we are honored to be at once again.
It certainly is. What an absolutely fantastic night. So happy to be here with you and obviously all these people. Two teams desperately in need of a win. St. Mark's needs this one immensely to get themselves into the state tournament. Watch for Chad Dole, a really fine player, and Gabe Swift for DMA, a really nice player as well.
Let's check out now live Sean Locke's father, Chris Locke, speaking to the crowd.
You know, this is, you know, we call it Spartan Night because we do honor St. Mark's, George former team in high school, and it's important for us to recognize the Spartan school. We also want to thank DMA and Middletown that was here earlier because none of this would be possible without having you guys here as well. So we greatly appreciate it. First is to educate. So every time we get together, talk to people or 200 people, or tomorrow night 2,000 people, it's about removing the stigma of mental illness. It's about having that honest conversation about what you're struggling with. It's not staying in silence. It's having that moment of vulnerability and then matching it with action. And we know there are young adults that are struggling. And they're struggling not only with the disease of depression, anxiety, and eating disorder, but they're struggling with being able to verbalize what they're going through. And that's the purpose of this night. A gentleman came up to me a couple years ago, and he said, you know, I was in the audience for the first tournament, and you talked about being honest and being open. I was sitting there with an 82-year-old mom. For the first time in her life, she opened up with a battle about depression. That's the whole purpose of this tournament. It's great to have great basketball, but it's about having that initial conversation and then getting help. Our second mission is to assist. So we help young adults, 14 to 24, but I can tell you, we've had them as young as 9 and as old as 35. And we're here to help them have that conversation, but also help them talk to mom and dad about it. And then we match that in action. So we have a network of mental health professionals here in Delaware. So that you don't have to wait 6 to 8 weeks for an appointment. You can get your appointment in 1 to 2 days. If you can't afford it, we'll pay for it. We have an annual $25,000 scholarship, and we'll pay for that kid's mental health service. No questions asked, as long as they want it, for as long as they need it. So if you're struggling and you need to see a professional and you don't have the economic means, you come see us and we'll take care of it for you. And then, of course, the last part, And the last part is support. And that's what Sean's House is all about, is creating a place where kids can come and just hang out if they want, or talk to one of our peers, or talk to somebody that's at the house that can point them in the right direction, to get them out of that darkness and show them the light. And, you know, we've been open for 27 months. And I got to tell you, I had no idea just how many people would be coming to Sean's House. And in those 27 months, we've had 18,000 young adults come to Sean's House. We've had over 40... We've had 4,500 people use that peer support program, and we just saved our 89th person from a suicidal situation. 89. And because of this tournament, because of all the people that are here, everything we do at Sean's House is free of charge. Everything. And everything is 24/7. Because we know sometimes things happen not between 9 and 3 when you can get an appointment. You need to speak to someone at 8 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, or 2 o'clock in the morning. And because of this tournament, everything is free for those people who ring that doorbell. And I thank each and every one of you. This is Spartans Night because Sean's House was created after the first time we had a presentation. It was the first presentation we ever did. We did it at St. Mark's. And a mom called me 2 days later and said, I got a 16-year-old son, he's struggling, but I don't want to send him to Rockwood or Meadowood. He just needs to talk to somebody. And I spoke to that mom for an hour and a half on the phone. And that's how Sean's House was created. A mom who cared for her son, who just wanted to get him some help. And that is why we have Sean's House today. And St. Mark's has been a big part of this from day one, and so many other people. And if I could have Emma, Allison, and Mike Igo, if they can come out to center court, I would appreciate it. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to announce something. Come on out here. So as I said, Sean's House was created because a mom called me. Well, I'm here. I'm very happy to announce that we're going to start a new pilot program that if it works at St. Mark's, maybe we'll go to DMA, maybe we'll go to Middletown. And this came, again, from 2 parents who want to remain anonymous, so I will respect their anonymity. And they said, we need to do something inside the schools. So the leadership of Diane Casey and Tom Fertile, we are very happy to announce that on February 24th, we will open up Sean's Room at St. Mark's High School. And it will be with our peers that we have at Sean's House, and this will be a place just like Sean's House, where kids can just walk in and talk to somebody, and then hopefully get that conversation going to get them the help they need. And if it works at Sean's House, maybe we'll do it at DMA, and Middletown, and Archmere, and Sally's, and every school in the state. Because if we can get that going, then maybe in a generation, we don't need to do this tournament anymore, and then we can just say, yeah, I got depression, I'm taking care of it. That's the goal, to make it common so that people can get the help with no problems. The theme of this night is one light, because one light can change everything. Whether it's a mom who calls me and talks for an hour and a half, or it's a gentleman, Steve Hyde, who wrote the first check after I had a cup of coffee with him at Panera Bread on Main Street in Newark. And I told him what I wanted to do. And he took his checkbook out right there and said, here you go, get it done. One light. One light. These 3 people here. Sean's best friends. from freshman year at St. Mark's to graduating class of 2012, the first time we spoke at St. Mark's, I called Emma and Allison up and said, can you come and help and speak? They said, yep. And they spoke about the love of their friendship. And then Mike Igo said, I want to help. And he said, I got an idea. Let's do a marathon. Let's run a half marathon in Philly and raise money. This man single-handedly has raised over $70,000. The auction that we put together every single year of these three people, they work tirelessly. These are all professional. They got full-time jobs. And they just put so much time in because still, 4.5 years after Sean passed away, they still show every single day that they love their best friend. And for me as a dad, it means everything. So thank you so much. So here's what we're going to do. They're going to start with one light. And if you deal with depression and anxiety, then I want you to light up your phone and stand up. And if you want to be part of the solution to help those people that are struggling, then I want you to stand up and put your light on your phone up so we can light this building up one light at a time so that we then can help those who are in darkness, and we will be the reason why they get out of that darkness. So go ahead, you guys, start it off. And then if you're suffering with depression and anxiety, own your story, stand up, have the courage to say, yes, I have this disease, but I will not let it beat me down. And then if you're a loved one, you're a friend, your family, stand up with your light and say, I got you. I love you, and I will do everything possible for you to be able to beat that disease. Sean, we love you. I love every single one of you. Thank you so much. God bless.
Warden Taylor LLC Real Estate Law Firm specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
I felt like, you know what, I'm on the road to recovery. And the fact that all these people had said, I've been there before you, dude, I felt that same feeling. I felt loneliness and fear, doubt. I had moments where I felt I was totally alone. And your story is my story is yours. My God, every time I heard that time and time again, I said, I'm not alone. Listen, when I got sober 32 years ago, that wasn't a narrative. And there's no shame today. I don't think there's any stigma in asking for help.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
The 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is brought to you by DSM Commercial, Warden Taylor, iHeartRadio, and by the Healy family.
It's the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic from the Chase Fieldhouse in Wilmington. I'm Scott Klanskin alongside Bill Harmon, and we've got game number 2 of 7 for you this year. It's the St. Mark's Spartans here on Spartan Night, 6-8 on the season, taking on the Delaware Military Academy Seahawks at 2-12 on the year. We've got tip-off coming your way, but we'll pause for the national anthem.
For this competition, we ask you to bless all of our athletes, coaches, referees, and spectators. Preserve us all from harm, and may your Holy Spirit inspire us to treat one another with dignity and respect. May we accept victory with humility and defeat with honor. We ask this in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to observe our colors being displayed at center court by the Dover Air Force Base Color Guard. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem will now be performed by St. Mark's senior Samantha Minner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight and the ramparts.
You want to talk about what Sean's house is about and what being one light is all about. How about that moment we just witnessed to open up this basketball game? Our anthem singer, who has such a beautiful voice and was doing such a fine job, got tripped up a little bit on the words, and she needed help. She needed someone to step in and be a light, and an entire arena of fans and spectators helped her finish that song. And what an amazing way to see by example what being a light can be. And that's what this weekend is all about. Lights on for the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. Game 2 about to tip off. We've got 5 more for you tomorrow. Some of the best of the very best in the first state will be here at the Chase Fieldhouse.
Scott, that's what teammate and teamwork is all about.
We are underway. Game number 2 of You Can See 7 coming up this weekend in the SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic. St. Mark's 6-8 on the season. The Delaware Military Academy Seahawks 2-12. Trying to better their record as we get things started. St. Mark's in the home white uniforms, DMA in the road navy uniforms. Starters for St. Mark's will go 2 guards, 3 forwards. Chase Wright, Chad Dole, the guards. The forwards, Christian Taylor, Damon Jones, and Jordan Jones. And there's Jordan Jones, who gets his shooter's touch to start things off for Delaware Military Academy. Carlos McCall, Gabe Swift, Roman Hernandez, Jack Kane, and Nathan Golden are the 5 to start for the Seahawks. And St. Mark's with some early pressure, getting a turnover, but turning it right back.
St. Mark's is going to employ a lot of different full court, 3-court, and half-court pressures. They love to make it chaotic, increase the tempo, create turnovers as they just did. And then Chad Dole, usually very reliable just through an errant pass. But that pressure is something DMA was going to have to be able to deal with.
McCall left open momentarily, drives, leaves his feet to pass, never want to do that. It leads to a run-out opportunity for Christian Taylor. 2-on-1, running the floor with Taylor is Chase Wright, and St. Mark's up 4-0 to start.
Christian Taylor is a long power forward. He can play around the basket. He can stretch the court. An excellent athlete who runs the court extremely well, but also is a very active offensive rebounder.
Bill, you said long, you said stretch, and that allows me to introduce the third man on our broadcast team. 6'9" from Monroe, Pennsylvania, out of Gateway High School and Fishburne Military Academy. Former teammate of Sean Locke, Barnett Harris, is on the call.
Always great to be with you, Scott and Bill. What
Pleasure
a great introduction.
Us,
I need to pay you for such a great introduction like that.
I was under the impression that payment had been determined already. I can't take it back.
Let me give you a bonus.
At this point. Barnett, glad to have you with us, and a good friend of Sean Locke's, a teammate of Sean's, and I know you look forward to this event, as many people do, but it holds a special place in your heart as well each year.
Every year, and every time New Year's happens, I know the tournament is close to happening, and it's just such an exciting time. And I love any chance and any excuse to come back to the great state of Delaware, so this just adds to it.
Barnett, tell us where you are right now.
I live in downtown Washington, D.C.
And you're working?
Yeah, I am. I'm a lawyer in D.C.
Yes, you are. We're very proud of that, too. Another University of Delaware grad doing extremely well.
I said, Barnett, could we just have you start on the broadcast with Bill and I? He said, if I could get a special introduction, that would be swell. As we watch St. Mark's off to a 5-0 lead. Christian Taylor making 1 of 2, and this is the start that St. Mark's would hope for. 6-8 on the season. And Bill, you were talking in the introduction, a pivotal game as we get towards March, and the teams start to try to stack wins towards a tournament invite.
Right now, St. Mark's is on the bubble. They played a difficult schedule, but they need a couple more quality wins to give themselves some more bonus points. But tonight's win is imperative because they can ill afford to lose to a team that has struggled this season at 2-12. Now, let me tell you, DMA has played one of the most difficult schedules in the state. Anthony Wright will play anybody, anytime, anywhere. He does a terrific job. They've just struggled because of the level of competition.
Baseline jump shot does not fall. Anthony Wright, former Blue Hen himself, and a coach with great success in the first state, a championship at Tatnall, went to multiple Final Fours. He coached Delaware's all-time leading scorer, Jawan Carter, when he was a Hornet. Clear path to the rim. First bucket of the game, Nathan Golden for DMA.
It's one thing that Coach Wright told his team before the game. He said, when this press happens, we want to attack it, break it, punish it if possible.
And nice job taking the charge by Gabe Swift, or check that, that's Carlos McCall taking the charge. An excellent drive by Chad Dole there, but even better defense by McCall.
Coach Chad Dole is a freshman. He has a lot of game, a really savvy player, an excellent athlete, can shoot the three. He's a good ball handler, but what I always liked about him was he was a terrific competitor and a really good defender.
Not all games have statistics for St. Mark's, but there are 9 that have some numbers behind them, and then 6 of those 9 games with stats, Chad Dole has reached double figures in those games, averaging about 10.5 points per game, second leading scorer on the team.
Well, he's their go-to guy, and if they play against zone, you'll look for him to spot up deep. DMA does switch defenses up. They open up in man-to-man, but they play a variety of pressures as well as half-court defensive.
And this Delaware Military Academy team just looking to find a way to get into the win column.
They certainly do. The difficult schedule, they played very hard at times against this level of competition. They've had trouble scoring the ball. They've turned it over against pressure way too often this season.
Good take, some contact. He absorbs it. That's Carlos McCall, averaging 9 points per game. Gets his first 2 there. And the last 4 belong to the Seahawks. Trying to change that from the corner. And doing so, catch, release, triple for Jordan Jones.
Jordan Jones runs the court well. He spots up. His teammates know he's going to do that. They push the ball ahead. They're very unselfish in transition.
Scott and Coach, I like the pace of this game. We have a game on our hands. We have some good defense, pressure defense, but if you get a rebound, these teams are going.
Oh, there's no doubt they will push the pace. Now they want to play at their level in terms of the speed. Barnetta will get too many turnovers.
We talk about how special of an event this is as Dole rattles one in and out for the fans, for the spectators, for us to raise awareness and funds for mental health, and what an honor it is for us to be here. But it's got to be special for these kids as well, knowing they get to play in a showcase game like this.
Just going back to my time as a high school athlete, when I played at Gateway, when we got the chance to play at Duquesne University or at the University of Pittsburgh, you brought out everything you had in those games. So I know these kids are excited because it brings chills of when I got to play at a college or a professional stadium at a high school or college when I was in high school or in college.
It's the home of the Blue Coats, the Delaware Blue Coats, a G League team you might recognize as this first substitution of the game, Mason Harding coming in and to the game for DMA. You might recognize multiple three-point lines. You can see the difference on your screen of the NBA 3 and the high school and college 3. Very significant difference. Keep that in mind next time you watch Damian Lillard or Steph Curry step up maybe 2 or 3 feet behind the line we see on the floor. It really is impressive stuff. But a little bit of a longer court here as well at the field house. Good ball movement, ends up in the hands of Chase Wright, and the second triple of the evening is down for the Spartans.
The extra pass by Chad Dole was the key to that play. The ball gets reversed. The man-to-man has to jump. They're slow to convert. And I'll tell you what, Chase Wright has great range. The coach's son, a really fine player and an excellent shooter.
First touch for Mason Harding. 50 points on the season, comes off the bench. Corner 3. And a rebound by Chad Dole. You're right, Barnett and Bill. They like to push the tempo after defensive rebound. Dole, coast to coast, and the finish for Chad Dole, the junior, averaging 10 points per game. He gets the bucket there, and Sweet wants to talk about it on DMA's side. A full timeout with St. Mark's up by 9 early on in this one. And it's Chad Dole, a little hesitation getting to the rim and scoring the bucket. And Sean Locke's alma mater is up 13-4 thanks to the point guard play. And remember, we are here to honor and remember Sean Locke. You see Locke on the back of the jerseys of the DMA players, on the back of the custom shooting shirts for St. Mark's as well, and we hope that you watching can help as we raise fund and awareness for mental health. You can text SL24 to 53555. You can go to unlockthelight.com/donate. Tickets to this event, $15 for adults, $10 for students. If you could donate at least $10, $15 just for watching, it goes a long way. Over $400,000 was raised last year. In year 1, there was an increase to year 2, an increase to year 3, an increase to year 4. Here we are in year number 5, and we hope we can eclipse the $401,000 raised a year ago. Back in action at the Chase Fieldhouse. Timeout called by DMA, down by 9. We'll see what they come out with. A set play for a 3. And a misfire, but a good look.
Well, DMA is going to run some set plays. That was a double screen to the weak side, and then that shot was not available. St. Mark's did a nice job of scouting DMA, and so they were well prepared for that play.
A triple from the wing, off the mark. Good rebound by Carlos McCall on the box out. Ball in trouble. And a nifty scoop shot with the left hand.
Nice job by McCall. Did a wonderful job with his footwork to be able to establish a pivot foot, and then at the other end, pushing the pace. St. Mark's has really hurt DMA in transition. Coach Wright at the last time out was upset, and I think he's doubly mad now. They've gotten beaten down the court 2 of the last 3 times.
Jordan Jones outscoring DMA himself so far. He's got 7. The Seahawks with 6. And now another turnover, not helping the cause. Outlet pass, pushing ahead. Chase Wright ahead of the pack. He tried to leave it for the trailer, but was fouled. As he did so, that's a foul on Carlos McCall, his first.
DMA's been victimized by their lack of court balance. When there's a penetrator along the baseline, there's typically only one player back. And when you see that, you need to rotate back on the weak side to at least get 2 bodies back, and then the rest have to sprint. Coach Wright's probably ready to take another timeout and encourage his team to get better balance, sprint back on defense, and stop these runouts by St. Mark's. Too many easy looks.
We got to start getting pretty specific when we talk about the coaches. I just realized we've got Lonnie, we've got Sweet on both sides. Lonnie Wright, the head coach of the St. Mark's Spartans, is Chase Wright right on cue. Knocks it through. Another 3-pointer, his second of the night. And of course, making his dad proud on the sideline. 1 minute we have left to go in the first. DMA trying to answer with a 3. Can't get the roll. And looking to push ahead once again. It's Damon Jones. The trailer is Taylor using the left hand and scoring at the rim.
This is a very young team that Lonnie Wright of St. Mark's puts out on the court, and they are very athletic, love to push the pace. Imperative that DMA make some adjustments here in terms of their transition defense.
Coach, this St. Mark's team is playing with real chemistry. It's like they've been playing with each other for a while, or when they're in practice, they're getting the read and they're getting the feel of what each other likes, because they're playing in such a unison that is getting them pretty much any shot they want.
Well, that's true, Barnett, but part of it is the lack of defense containment by DMA. But you're absolutely right. St. Mark's is a young team. They've played well together. They play a lot in the summer. This is an up-and-coming team that's going to be dealt with throughout the year.
We've got 8 minutes in the books. St. Mark's starting this one off on fire from long range, led by Chase Wright and Jordan Jones, 20-6 after 1 quarter of action. We'll be back with second quarter hoops after this. It's the SL24 Memorial Classic.
St. Mark's, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's house is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike's Up. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty, coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
At Buffalo Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Every time you order a hot sub from Jersey Mike's, it's grilled fresh. I call it dinner and a show. Look at that sizzle. Yeah, grilled right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
The 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is brought to you by CBM Insurance, Precision Wealth, Chase, and by the Locke family.
Back in action here for second quarter basketball. It's the SL24 Memorial Classic, DMA in St. Mark's, and Carlos McCall is leading the way for the Delaware Military Academy, but they've got some room to make up as the newly inserted Matt McDonald gets into the scoring action for St. Mark's on the other end. A 22-8, Sean Locke's alma mater dominated that first 8 minutes.
McDonald, one of the only two seniors, along with Ryan Smith, the AD's son. This is a very young team, as I mentioned, but these seniors come in and really give them some great minutes.
Coach, what do you think about DMA putting some pressure on St. Mark's to speed up their pace, but like slow them down in a sense where it seems like they're getting to their end of the court a little bit too fast?
Well, it would be a good idea if they could contain the dribbler, but they've not been able to do that. So the matchups really favor St. Mark's in that regard, Barnett. So I would actually advise them to sit back and try to play better half-court defense, because they've been very vulnerable to that and have given up at least 5 layups because of that overextension.
Amir Massey into the game for the first time. He's the point guard. Call eyes up a 3, doesn't take it. The position underneath from McCall off his foot turns it over.
And DMA is looking real stagnant on offense. If I'm DMA, if I'm Coach Sweet, I'm running a surefire play. What is our go-to play, or what is something to get an open shot, and then just to get the confidence built to the DMA offense?
Well, they tried to run that double screen weak, and St. Mark's was ready for it. That time they went 5 out and flashed McCall into the lane. Unfortunately, he mishandled the pass.
DMA in some trouble. They look for McCall when there is trouble. He kicks it out. Good pass and a great finish by Antonio Allen. He's their top 3-point shooting threat. That's his 16th of the season. Double figures in 3 games this year, coming off the bench as a junior.
McCall did a great job of reversing the ball out of the post. He is a lefty. Was able to throw it through to the corner, and Allen then with great position.
How about Chase Wright?
Chase Wright is silky smooth. He knows his spots on the court. He's got a wonderfully quick release on his shot. Very difficult to defend if he's given any space.
Scott, is that Chase Wright or Steph Curry?
You'll fool me if you told me that Steph was suiting up for St. Mark's with that silky smooth jump shot of his. He's already got 10 points, Barnett.
Well, he has the ultimate green light, guys. He is the coach's son, but he deserves it because not only of his accuracy, but his range. He's got a great feel for the game, a very intelligent player.
Averaging just under 9 points per game. He's eclipsed his average already in this first half. DMA, though, has cut into their first quarter deficit. Down by 10 now, 24-14.
St. Mark's themselves have done a nice job of getting back in transition to thwart any transitional attacks by DMA.
One thing I would like to see DMA do on offense is have the non-ball, people who don't have the ball, to move. They're allowing St. Mark's defense to be able to just stay in their positions and clog up the paint, whereas they need to get more movement, get them on the run to try and free up some open lanes.
That was Ryan Smith with a really tenacious tie-up rebound underneath. He brings immense energy into the team when he comes on the court. He's had a great season, averaging 6 points off the bench. He's smart, he's tough, and plays extremely hard.
As you mentioned, but one of only 2 seniors on this roster. Everybody else juniors, 11th graders for the St. Mark's team. One of them, Chad Dole, another Chase Wright. Can't finish that time. That should be off of Ryan Smith, active on the glass but couldn't secure it with 4:34 left in the first half. We're here to raise funds and awareness for the SL24 UnLocke the Light Memorial Classic. And, this year, guys, I told myself this was going to be the year that I didn't shed a tear, that I didn't cry this season. But wow, after hearing Chris Locke and his words prior to this game starting, and you heard it around 8 o'clock prior to going on the air, that speech that he gives never gets easier. And wow, he just does an incredible job with his foundation and making sure that his son's legacy continues and lives on. And he mentioned that everything that the Sean's House does is free because of this event, because of people watching that can donate. And you just saw a moment ago how to donate. And we'll get that back up on the screen for you as there's a foul called on the floor. You can text SL24 to 53555, or you can scan the QR code. Multiple ways to donate. UnLockeTheLight.com. And there it is. There's that barcode that you can scan on your phone to donate. But what a speech that was by Chris Locke.
Incredible speech. It's always so moving and touching. And I, similar to you, this is another year where I shed a few tears. And so I'm always moved when he speaks, and especially about something so personal and near and dear to my heart.
The thing that always impresses me so much about Chris Locke is how genuine he is. And he is not only passionate about this cause, but it really comes from deep in his heart and his soul. And there is no better man to lead this movement than Chris Locke.
Again, to donate, you can see it on your screen. Please, every little bit helps. And he was saying just how everything is free because of this weekend. 7 games coming up at the Chase Field House. This is the second and final game tonight. 5 more throughout the day tomorrow. And that slate tomorrow, it looks like a preview of the DIAA high school basketball tournament finals. I mean, there are teams that are, we're talking the top, the best of the best. And you know what? Kudos to those that put this tournament together to get the top teams, but this is now becoming a tournament, a weekend that the top teams want to be a part of.
Absolutely, and why wouldn't you? It's a great venue. You're going to get big crowds, so it's going to be terrific for your team to play under this environment, much like it would be down at the Bob. So it's a wonderful scheduling affair, and it's great that so many teams take advantage of it.
Scott, I only wish I had a little bit more eligibility. I'm ready to put the kicks back on. This is an exciting 2 days of basketball, and every year I get so excited when I come, and every year it lives up to that excitement.
Barnett, at 6'9", the Blue Hens wish you had a little bit of eligibility as well.
We could use him almost every night, Scott.
Could use some
his
height
passion, his intensity, not to mention his height.
Right. It's gone a bit cold after a hot start, missing on his last few three-point shots. We've been locked at 24-14 for several possessions. DMA missed a pair of free throws, weren't able to add to their total and get within single digits. Maybe this will do it. A 3 on the way, and too far off the hands of Jackson Lennon. He's only made 1 3 on the season. Could connect there for his second. Right? To Taylor. Taylor, a big body out there for St. Mark's. And the smallest body on the floor, Chase Wright with the rebound and put back. He's got 12.
Chase Wright did a terrific job of realizing where the ball was going to be missed to. Positions himself, out jumps the DMA defenders who did not turn and look to block him out.
Coach, I want to give a credit to both of these coaches. The one thing I really appreciate about this game is both teams have been so unselfish in their offense. I know DMA hasn't scored as much and their shots aren't falling, but the passing is there, and the same unselfishness is on St. Mark's as well. Both of these teams really share the ball, have a willingness to pass, and they're getting open shots, even though they're not all falling.
Well, you're absolutely right, and I think that's a template for all coaches to follow. The teamwork, the coordination, the unselfishness, make the extra pass, make sure your teammate gets a better shot than the one you might have had.
Elijah Harmon in the game. No relation, right, Bill?
Different spelled differently. Got that O-N, not A-N, Scott.
Christian Taylor, we were just talking about his big physical frame on the interior, and we see it there, a strong finish for the 11th grader.
I think Christian Taylor is going to be a terrific player by the time he graduates from St. Mark's. He moves well. He's got excellent hands. He positions himself in great places. He's able to play through contact, really spine player and only a junior for Coach Monty Wright.
He does struggle from the free throw line, though. Only a 30% free throw shooter on the season, and he misses there. Now 1 of 3 today for Christian Taylor on the other end. DMA pushing. The trail man fires away and knocks it through. That's Gabe Swift, one of the leading scorers on this ball club.
Talking about teamwork, Barnett, that was a great job of penetrating, drawing the help, kicking it back to the trailer, Gabe Swift.
And a traveling violation underneath.
And let's see if that's a momentum builder. Every time St. Mark's seems like they're going to extend the lead and get it just far enough, DMA makes that shot. DMA makes that play. Now let's see if they can string a few of those plays together to cut further into this lead.
Well, they're definitely going to need to stack more defensive stops. They obviously have to score, but they've had trouble containing this St. Mark's offense early on here in the half.
90 ticks left here in the first half of the Chase Fieldhouse. It's the SL24 Memorial Classic, and nearly back-to-back threes for DMA. That rattled out off the hands of Elijah Harmon, but DMA an offensive rebound. Harmon, just a freshman, the only freshman that will see action tonight for either ball club. Youngest player on the floor is Harmon, and a nice job of timing the jump and staying in the air by Nathan Golden to tip the offensive board back to himself and scoring his 4th point of the night.
As an offensive rebounder, you always want to go to the far side on a long-range shot taken from the opposite side. It's where about 75% of the shots are missed too.
Harmon, patient, but he slid his feet. He was waiting for St. Mark's to jump past him. He was successful in doing that, but traveled on the attempt.
Well, the reason he traveled was Ruben Rodriguez, the junior, did a great job of sprinting back, if nothing else, just to bother the ball, and then that resulted in the travel. But nice hustle. That's one thing I've been impressed with St. Mark's tonight. Not only have they transitioned well defense to offense, they've done the vice versa.
Rodriguez now playing point to Taylor. Again a strong take. Missing, gets his own rebound. He'll bed back to the free throw line for his 4th and 5th attempts of the night.
It happens so often at every level of play, but in particular in high school, when a driver gets by the initial man and you come to help and the shot goes up, most of those defensive helpers don't turn and block out the shooter. The shooter has the most advantageous view of the shot and will usually track it down. So when you come to help, you need to block that man out.
And further to your point, Coach, not only are they not blocking out, but even if they were blocking out, they're directly under the hoop. They're not taking a step to drive the offensive guy back. So when those soft shots come off, the soft rebounds, it's going to fall over your head and go right back to the offensive player. So now you put yourself in a double bind.
And that's because the help is late. They have to rotate earlier, contain the ball further away from the basket.
Nice shot on the free throw there. I love that angle we had on the free throw by Christian Taylor. Maybe encouraged to make as he knocked in his 2nd. He had missed 2 straight prior to that one. Nice ball handling there, and an excellent finish by Gabe Swift, who went behind the back into his layup. And Dole trying to beat the buzzer, almost did. His team, though, taking an 8-point lead into the locker room, 29-21. Your thoughts on the first 16 minutes?
Though it was up and down and a little chaotic, I thought DMA really took St. Mark's best shot and battled back. Swift in particular, making a couple big plays at the end. If they can handle the ball a little bit better, convert some of those shots, and then make sure they get their transition defense better, they'll have a great chance to give St. Mark's all they can handle here in the second half.
A great job by DMA to get themselves back in the ball game as they head into the locker room. It's the SL24 Memorial Classic, 5th annual. We're having fun on night 1, game 2 of 7 for the weekend. 16 minutes left on Spartans night. We're at the half.
Warden Taylor LLC Real Estate Law Firm specializes in real estate settlements. Let us help you settle on the home of your dreams. Wills and trusts. Let us help prepare for you and your loved one's future. Business formations. Keep yourself and your business safe by forming an LLC or corporation with us. Warden Taylor LLC. Bringing our experience to your experience.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
At Jersey Mike's, they slice your order right in front of you. Watching that can send a rush of emotions through a person. Excitement, baby-like wonder, anticipatory chewing, and happy claps. Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
I'm going to St. Mark's. Put that on your billboard.
Just a very anxious kid. Always, I was outgoing and social, but always scared to do certain things, always kind of scared about how I'd come across to people.
I was always of the mindset, just deal with it. Suck it up and deal with it. That's kind of how I was raised with things, and you'll be fine. Just go about, find something to do, entertain yourself, get into an activity. But this was beyond that.
And then it wasn't until junior year of high school that I got diagnosed with OCD finally, and that changed everything for me. A lot of my things were vocal, so I'd be tapping my pencil a lot or visibly tapping on things, and it'd be people in my classes like, why do you keep doing that? Like, why do you keep tapping your pencil? And I just kind of didn't know how to explain it other than like, well, I kind of just have to. Like, this is just what I do. As I got older, it was things like, only sleeping 3 hours a night.
When she came to us as a junior in high school crying and said, this is it, I need help right now. Yeah. And then we knew the time had come.
My therapist is amazing, and the thing is, she really, from that first day, knew how to push me in a way that I didn't think I was able to push myself. Even outside of those sessions, all day I'd have my homework. So all day, constantly, I'd be doing these exposures, and then I'd be having my school on top of it. So it was really a lot, and it was a mentally draining experience. But I would go through it all again, knowing where I am now and how much it's changed me.
It was hard because she had to go through the process, and we couldn't fix it for her. There was nothing we could do to fix it for her. We had to be there and support her, but she was the one that had to take herself through the steps to get herself to the other side.
I've always been somebody who kind of feels comfortable with what I have and what I know, and that's really the anxiety. I don't like the unknown of things. So starting out, being over an hour away from home, was really hard. I didn't know anybody here, living with all new people and never shared a room before. Finally found my group, things were going well, and at some point, there was drama, things happened. I was left without anybody. I started getting really depressed. I wouldn't leave my bed other than going to class. I wasn't feeding myself, I wasn't taking care of myself, and I just didn't know who to talk to. My mom had seen Sean's house on Facebook.
I just kept at her and at her and at her about coming to Sean's house because I know my daughter. I had never seen or heard of anything like what I was reading about Sean's house. And I knew it would be perfect for her.
And one day I decided, if I go, she'll stop bothering me about it. The second I walked in, I just felt this weight start to come off my shoulders.
The day she called me to say she actually walked through the door was life-changing for me because I felt like I wasn't just trying to support her from an hour and a half away. She reached out and it worked. Not that it solved everything, because it did not solve everything, but it was her first step for herself.
Being able to use my past to empower and change the lives of other people is something that I have always wanted to do and strive to do as a person. So having the outlet of Sean's house to be able to help change lives is amazing and something I never knew I'd be able to experience in college, but I'm just so grateful for.
And not only is that so healing for Emma, it's so powerful for anybody who's coming in the door. And I think that is a completely different way of looking at mental health. Yeah. And I think it's a very healthy way, and I think it's an important way for us to try to wrap our heads around it as a society.
That I have a confidence that I never had before.
I'm just proud of who she's becoming, who she has been and who she is now, and where she's going. Mm-hmm. Sean's house has a lot to do with that.
Buffalo Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Look at that freshly sliced turkey. At Jersey Mike's, there's some things you just gotta see. Like those lovebirds over there. That's deep eating. Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
Hi, I'm Luke Chapman from Precision Wealth Partners. We are so honored to be a supporting sponsor of UnLocke the Light Foundation and the Memorial Classic SL24. Personalized financial planning is one of my life's passions, and at Precision Wealth Partners, we work tirelessly to personalize your plan and help you achieve your goals that ultimately ends in peace of mind. We are looking forward to hearing from anyone for a second opinion on their existing plans or to get started for those who haven't yet. You can reach us at precisionwealthpartners.com or at 302-367-7613.
Welcome to the award-winning Lighthouse Cove Event Center in Dewey Beach, the Mid-Atlantic's premier wedding venue destination, offering beach-inspired weddings, receptions, and special events on the Rehoboth Bay. Whether it's simple and understated or grand and elaborate, Lighthouse Cove Event Center delivers a once-in-a-lifetime wedding experience.
Sean's House has provided me a space where I can choose who I'm surrounded by, and I can choose how much I want to say and how much I can let people impact my decisions. But even from my experience, when I haven't gotten the best news at practice, I've just been able to come in here and it doesn't end up with my coaches, it doesn't end up with my teammates if I don't want it to, but if I want to talk to a teammate, I can invite them here too.
There are a lot of eyes on us. There's a lot of people that come and support us, a lot of people that watch our games. So with that comes a lot of added pressure to really perform and succeed really well. When you go to practice every single day, hoping that, you perform to your absolute best. And, at times if you feel like you don't have that, that can really, damage someone's, psyche and their self-esteem and their spirit. So coming to a place like this, it kind of brings you I'm not alone in a lot of these situations. And I know that I have a family here, and I know I have a group of people here who I can rely on.
I think our team communities are important in some aspects, but it's just so important to have a community where we can go to and feel safe. I walk in here and just feel so warm and comforted.
You can study, you can use the library, you can read, there's great resources. As well, there's other students to connect with who you might not as well as connect with in the classroom, but it's a place to come, all students here together.
It's so important to go beyond being a student athlete because, at the end of the day, those aren't the two only defining qualities of who I am. And I think surely for myself, I don't want to be defined by just my sport and just by my classes. So to me, it's super important.
And we get so looped into the whole being a part of the athletic department, being a part of that world, that it's nice to have another world where you can have and focus on your mental well-being and who you are as a person and not just as an athlete.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
At Jersey Mike's, you gotta see him freshly slice your sub right in front of you. Look at that turkey. Look at that provolone. Yep, there's some things you just gotta see. Like those lovebirds over there. Or this guy, pulling off business and casual. Bizazzual. Or me, about to steal half of this guy's sub. Huh? You better eat it fast, because I'm coming. Sliced right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
It's important to mention the changes in how people are encouraged to talk about suicide when we talk about prevention. We're all familiar with the term committed suicide. This wording is no longer recommended. When you hear the word committed, you often think of things like a crime or a sin, things that have a really negative connotation. We want to avoid using this language that may cast judgment on people who are experiencing these symptoms. This judgment that could be cast would reduce the likelihood that they would actually reach out for help. So instead, we use terms like died by suicide, ended his or her life or their life, or killed his or herself. We always want to avoid words like success or failure when we're talking about suicide attempts. Those words seem unsuited when discussing the painful tragedy of suicide.
As difficult as this suggestion might sound, if you were discussing suicide with someone who is struggling, you want to try to say the word suicide with the same inflection you might say the word ball or pizza. Why, you might ask? This is because the person in front of you is already struggling just to talk about this aloud. You want to convey that you can have this conversation, and also that they don't need to take care of you or minimize their thoughts or feelings on your behalf. Although challenging, this sets up the best environment for a person to share.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people through my kids, through my wife, through family, through friends. I'm open about my previous struggles. I kind of hid my recovery days because it wasn't accepted. Any one of my successes today are because I faced my fears and I wanted to make a change. This is a great resource for many kids to get a second start, a second chance, and to face their mental health issues.
Partnerships built on relationships. That's our motto at CBM Insurance, and those words guide everything we do. We provide the best possible service experience because our focus is on the relationship first. When you join CBM, you join a team with an average of 20 years in the insurance industry, long-standing relationships with our carrier partners, and deep roots in our community. We stand ready to be your trusted partner and insurance advisor.
At St. Mark's, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's House is so important, because every student needs a team of light. At St. Mark's, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's House is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike's Up. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
At Buffalo Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Every time you order a hot sub from Jersey Mike's, it's grilled fresh. I call it dinner and a show. Look at that sizzle. Hey, grilled right in front of you. The Jersey Mike's thing.
The 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic is presented by St. Mark's, Platinum Dining Group, and by Jersey Mike's.
It's the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Basketball Classic as we remember Sean Locke, the great St. Mark's basketball player, and it's Spartans night here at the Chase Field half. At the half, St. Mark's 29, DMA 21. I'm Scott Klatskin alongside Barnett Harris and Bill Harmon. It was all St. Mark's in the first half, and then DMA making it a game before these two teams went into the locker room. Let's take a look at how we got here with 16 minutes left in game number 2. And Bill, it was St. Mark's starting things off with great guard play.
Well, they have two terrific shooters, Chad Dole and Chase Wright, the coach's son. That's Chase from the long-range three. He has excellent touch and a feel for the game. Chad Dole, who can take it coast to coast, a very fine ball handler, has a great feel for the game, a terrific defender. And then Chase Wright going to come back with a couple of other good looks. There's a terrific skip pass against the zone. Chase Wright knocks it down from the far left side. He's always spotted up in great position. Here he is off the bounce as he has expanded his game.
And then, as I mentioned, St. Mark's goes up 20-6 after 1, but here comes DMA.
Well, some terrific interior play by McCall, and then Swift helps them out at the end of the half by some terrific play and a putback there by Nathan Golden as well. And here's Swift in with a little bit of a Euro bounce step to complete the play and keep DMA within distance.
You see the St. Mark's 24 jersey. It's all for him. Sean Locke, SL24, UnLocke the Light Foundation, helping educate and assist those battling depression and suicidal ideations. This event is rooted in providing information, outlets, and resources to area youth, and that's his 24 jersey. St. Mark's 24. And of course, you can text SL24 to 53555 to donate. Everything at Sean's house is free thanks to the monies raised over this weekend, and over $400,000 raised last year. We hope to eclipse that total in 2023. Thank you for watching. Thank you for donating. And we are underway in the second half. Game 2 of 7 this weekend for the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic.
DMA needs to get a little bit more movement in their offense, and they're already starting off with some shuffle cuts, reversing the ball, getting good movement away from the ball, which will stress St. Mark's defense.
Way to find an angle. Carlos McCall, leading scorer for DMA in the first half, starts where he left off in half number 1.
McCall plays at a really nice pace, has a great feel for getting himself open and then how to use a step-under move there against a double team down on the low block.
Now Dole out of position and one for Gabe Swift, his 7th point of the night. And don't look now, but DMA on the comeback trail. They trailed 20-6 after 8 minutes, and suddenly, thanks to the play of McCall and Swift early in the third quarter, they've got a chance to make this a one-possession game.
Some errant shooting by St. Mark's, failure to get back after the miss, and then DMA starting to feel a little bit more confident in their movement of their offense, and Swift, McCall, and others are really beginning to pave this way back into the game.
That's Gabe Swift making the three-point play, and then an answer. Jordan Jones, they went to him early in the first quarter, got away from him in quarter number 2, but back to him in the third.
Jones does not get enough touches. This is Jordan Jones, and he is a really good shooter. He plays well in the mid-range. He's got good length. They need to get the ball to him more often.
It was the third on Dole, last defensive possession, so keep an eye on his minutes as he is a valuable piece of this St. Mark's team. Step back, 3, pure off the hand of Mason Harding. His second three-pointer of the night puts DMA within 2.
Mason Harding comes from a long line of really good DMA athletes, and I'll tell you what, he's given them a big lift off the bench.
Dole with an answer from the corner. Felt like St. Mark's needed that.
Chad Dole, a terrific competitor. He's got ice water in his veins. He's not seen a shot that he didn't like. He's got excellent range and a really clutch performer.
DMA was gaining momentum, and then Chad Dole from the corner, the vet, with just a big-time three-point shot. He averages about 1.5 threes per game. His first. He's been doing other things for this team, but that one felt like a big moment, and he stepped up.
It certainly was, and we talk so much about Chad Dole's offense, but I think he's a terrific defender, especially on the ball. He moves his feet extremely well.
Right, can't get the shooter's bounce, but into the hand of Christian Taylor, who's been all over the offensive glass. 2 more for Taylor, and just like that, it's a 5-0 run after DMA got it close.
Christian Taylor's big body is something you've got to account for inside. He's a quick leaper off the floor, plays through contact well. DMA's got to be more physical with him.
Taylor's got 8 in this one. Kane thought about a 3. Good 3-point shooter. He's made 11 on the season. Harding does it again. Mason Harding lighting it up from 3-point range. He's had 6 threes all season, 3 tonight.
Looks like he's played here at the Chase Fieldhouse more often than he shows. He's a player that's a catch and shoot. You have to close him out and make him a dribbler.
And Coach, he's made 2 now. So if I'm right, I'm stepping up. I'm forcing him to dribble. I'm forcing him to drive and beat me. He's made 2 in a row, and now he's shown me enough. Now I have to force him to dribble.
You're absolutely right, Barnett. Close him out, make him a dribbler. That usually reduces the percentage by about 20 basis points.
Behind the back dribble after the steal by Swift. Euro step. Jones gets back defensively. Now it's Kane. Going down an NBA 3. Here's the hot hand of Harding. They make him put it on the deck just like you asked for. And he sends it back to Gabe Swift. A 4-point lead for St. Mark's after leading by 14 after 8 minutes. Harding thought about it.
Well, Harding was involved in the dribble handoff, and St. Mark's very fortunate because they went underneath the handoff action, and Harding could have stepped into that shot.
Reach-in foul against Jordan Jones. He's got 9. See Kane trying to split the double, and Jones picks up his first.
This movement off the ball by DMA has really been a difference here in the second half. They started off with some successive shuffle cuts, then they went to the dribble handoff, and then Mason Harding has been able to find his range.
Harding had a season-high 11 points against Salesianum. He's got 9 in this one. Pacing well for a new season mark. Kane left open a little too deep, gets the elbow. Now he wants it back. Passing out of the double. Extra pass. Kane gets it back and cannot finish. It was halfway down. Swift, quick hands though, gets the basketball back. And now a scramble drill as St. Mark's comes away with it. And a bumping foul against the Seahawks.
Well, DMA has kind of willed themselves back in this game with some hustle plays. That time Chad Dole got the rebound but exposed it immediately off his body frame, and that ball was knocked away. Ultimately resulted in a foul, but initially as a rebounder, get the ball chinned and make sure that the offensive player does not have a chance to get a piece of it.
Right, little hesitation. Sends it back out. That's Damon Jones with the basketball. Jordan off the side of the backboard, but here comes Christian Taylor, and he will not be denied on the interior. He's got 10 points and 5 boards.
Taylor's a huge factor here in the second half with his aggressive offensive rebounding. Really like his activity.
3 or 4 of those boards got to be on the offensive glass, and that's a nice bounce pass from Hernandez, and Golden on the finish.
When you double team across, you'd better have somebody drop on the weak side. Nice job by DMA to turn weak, and then the layup by Nathan Golden.
Scott, if DMA wants to win this game, they are going to have to block out on the defensive end. They can't allow these offensive rebounds to continue.
Ball was coming our way. Barnett was ready to catch it. St. Mark's controls, though, and now with 3 on the way, and there's a defensive rebound by Harding. What a spark he has been off the bench for the Seahawks team. Can't finish on the other end, though. And here come the Spartans. They pushed in the first quarter, and that benefited them to a 20-6 start to this ball game. And as they get to it again, they're able to score in transition. A timeout taken by DMA, which gives us an opportunity to talk about our friend and loved one and family member, Sean Locke, an amazing brother, an amazing son, an amazing teammate, a Blue Hen, a Spartan, and we remember him tonight.
Oh, it's great memories. I remember this game as we look back to that amazing title run in 2014. The best of teammates, the best of friends, someone who was always there for you, who held you accountable, who lifted you up, and who would hang out with you and take you to Mickey Moto's for some sushi. I miss him dearly every day. And I'm glad I got the 3 years as his teammate and the 4 years as his friend.
Well, Barnett, you've made so many great comments about Sean. I had the distinct pleasure and honor to coach him for 4 years. And I think beside the fact he was a great basketball player, I thought his leadership skills were maybe his best quality. And he really had the team rally around him no matter whether we were winning or losing. Sean Locke was always in charge.
I'm not sure how many walk-ons have ever been named captain at the University of Delaware, but he was a unanimous,
not very often,
unanimous vote to be a captain. So that just shows you the leadership and the respect that he had from his teammates.
Back in action as the 3 ball is on the way. DMA got as close as 2. Now they trail by 6 after a sweet right timeout taken on the floor. They showed on the screen a 4-point play that was made against Bradley by Sean Locke. And Barnett, you were a part of the 2014 CAA championship team that went on to the NCAA tournament, and boy was I excited when you guys beat William & Mary and that shot did not fall and the championship banner was raised. But I might have been more excited on the call of Sean Locke's 3 than I was on that championship night. I know you remember that play well, Bill, the same. It was electrifying at the Bob Carpenter Center because he was the guy that you root for on that team.
He was known as the mayor of Newark for a reason, and that play just showed you the love he had from not only just students, but the fans who supported the Hens during those years. And I was just excited to be on the court with them.
Now some excitement on this court as DMA gets back within 2. A steal and a transition layup for Amir Massey, his first bucket of the evening. And it's back to a 2-point game. Chase Wright, can he answer? In and out. Smith on the offensive glass and a tie-up. The arrow will go to St. Mark's, but you've got to be impressed by the effort of DMA after being down 14 early to make this a ball game.
DMA's defense has brought it back, and some careless ball handling by St. Mark's. But DMA's intensity for Sweet Wright, who always gets his team to play extremely hard. He's got to be very pleased and happy about his performance, his team's performance.
And Coach, while DMA's still not boxing out, they're sending 5 to the glass. So they get half credit for that.
Rodriguez will initiate the offense. Leaves his feet to pass to Wright. Smith got hit. And that's a reach in on McCall. His second. We saw that St. Mark's 24 jersey on the bench behind Lonnie Wright, and that's what today is all about. Sean Locke, tomorrow's date, 2-4. We've got 5 games on the docket tomorrow for the SL24 Memorial Classic. And how about this stat? I mean, this is stuff you can't make up. Sean Locke played 24 games for the Blue Hens, one of them being that NCAA tournament contest against Michigan State.
It's just amazing, isn't it, the way these things all kind of come together. I thought you were being extremely modest, Scott. That call of the William & Mary final one, that will go down into the annals, as well as Sean Locke's 3-pointer for a long, long time. A magnificent call by you. I think it made all the ESPN channels.
It's a top 10 call. It goes down there with the Christian Laettner shot. It goes down there with the kick 6 Alabama versus Auburn. It is an elite call. It's top 10, and it's not number 10 through 5. So it is up there.
I'm glad the horn has sounded to cut you both off, and I appreciate the compliments But we will take a timeout here as we get into the third quarter of action. Who would have thought after 8 minutes with the score 20-6 that we would have a 2-point ball game with 8 minutes left? What an exciting night here at the SL24 Memorial Classic, and it continues in a moment.
At St. Mark's, we understand the unique power of each student. We pride ourselves on offering limitless opportunities for all students, from our strong academic programs to faith formation to the fine and performing arts to extracurricular clubs, activities, and athletics. But despite all these resources, we understand that some students will still fight with darkness. And that's why Sean's House is so important, because every student needs a team of light.
The juice is the best way to add zing to your Jersey Mike's up. Real red wine vinegar and olive oil blend. And I like a lot of juice. Pour it on. Go ahead. Go on. I can take it.
Taverna, rustic Italian. It's Platinum Dining Group's take on authentic rustic Italian cuisine. Think of it as kind of returning home to grandmom's house. Sauce on the stove, meatballs simmering, warm, crusty coal oven pizzas coming out of the kitchen. It's our way of welcoming you into our home, our kitchen, and just kind of filling your bellies with a whole lot of love and good stuff. We're located right on Main Street in downtown Newark. Looking forward to seeing you soon.
It's incredible, the journey we're about to start. Reimagining it all to take children's healthcare where it's never been. Well beyond medicine.
At Buffalo Wild Wings, the deals don't stop. Buy one, get one half off Wing Tuesdays. Buy one, get one free boneless Thursdays. And $3 to $6 happy hour deals from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. Only at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Every time you order a hot sub from Jersey Mike's, it's grilled fresh. I call it dinner and a show. Look at that sizzle. Grilled right in front of you. It's a Jersey Mike's thing.
We're back here at the SL24 Memorial Classic, 5th annual, and what a finale we will have for you from the Chase Fieldhouse. Beautiful scenes here in Wilmington, and what a scene it has been here inside this arena. Home of the Delaware Bluecoats, but home of the St. Mark's Spartans tonight. Back-to-back games of Sean Locke's alma mater. The girls won by 10 in the opener, and game number 2 has St. Mark's up by 2, now 5, thanks to the flick of the wrist from Chase Wright.
The ability of Chad Dole to drive along the baseline and skip the ball through to Chase Wright on the far side, instrumental in that play occurring.
That's the first bucket for Chase Wright since the first half. He got going early on in this game and then missed a few, but shooters shoot, and he continues to do so, making one to start the fourth. And a big basket is all the momentum coming into the fourth belonging to the Seahawks.
Well, Chase has a great shot, and he's just got to keep shooting, and I know his father encourages him as well as the rest of the staff. He's had good looks. These are not forced shots that aren't going in.
And, Coach, that play was set up by Christian Taylor attacking the glass and getting an offensive rebound. Really strong and smart play to get the rebound and not force a second shot up, but to kick it out for a 3.
Another kick out, another 3, another basket for Chad Dole.
When Chad Dole gets his feet set underneath him, he has one of the best strokes in the state.
And a foul underneath comes after the basket. So the basket counts, a foul on Taylor after the basket. Shot was in the air on the box out, a foul on Christian Taylor. And how about those two we saw in the package at halftime? We saw Dole and we saw Wright when we came back from halftime. And those two in big moments, in clutch moments, making it happen to start the fourth for the Spartans.
Well, there's no doubt that those two are their high-energy, long-range shooters, but you cannot fall asleep on Jordan Jones, so he plays a little bit more in the mid-range than those two. He is an excellent shooter along with his brother, but I think one of the really big differences has been Christian Taylor's play underneath.
See if the Seahawks can answer. They've gotten within 2. NBA range 3 from Harding, and just a step too deep for Mason Harding, who already has 3 threes in the ball game. Couldn't get a fourth.
And Scott, I think he was actually confused. I think he thought that was the high school line on there. And Bill talked about it last game in this game because he lined that up like it was some of his other threes, and I don't think he knew where he was at.
When you're not used to seeing multiple lines, and certainly one well behind the line they're used to shooting at, your eye goes down to set up momentarily, and you might set up on a little further back than you're used to. And I think you're right, Barnett, and maybe what happened for Mason Harding. McCall gets a bucket. Nice entry to find him underneath.
Nice pass by Nathan Golden to look through the basket to his teammate running rim to rim. Chad Dole could do nothing but try to go straight up. At times, you might want to take that foul on the floor, but Dole has 3 fouls to not want to get himself in further trouble. 6th
time this season that McCall has reached double figures. Got his 10th point there, and he got his team back within 6, 46-40. 5:38 left in this ball game. Spartans night here at the 5th Annual Memorial Classic. Taylor controls, fades, and hits, and Taylor's been a load for this DMA ball club.
The play was made by Damian Jones, driving down the lane, drawing the help, and then dropping it off to Taylor, who can finish amongst anyone.
Now right underneath from Taylor, and Sweet Wright needs a timeout. Chase Wright with his 5th second-half point. He's got 17 overall, and just like that, St. Mark's up by 10 points. Let's take a look.
Well, the accordion had happened after the quick score. DMA tries to hustle it up the court. The steal by Christian Taylor leads to the pass underneath to Chase Wright, who very cleverly used his left hand to have the rim come in as a shot block protector, and a great finish.
It's the SL24 Memorial Classic, 5th annual, and before this game started, we heard from Sean Locke's father, Chris Locke, talking to the crowd on hand, and what a great crowd it is. It'll only get better tomorrow for 5 games of action. Brought out Sean Locke's 3 best friends from high school and announced that on February 24th, Sean's room will open up at St. Mark's High School for high schoolers to talk to their peers, similar to what is done at Sean's house. So you take Sean's house, the success, the 45,000 visits, the 400 events at Sean's house, and now you try to expand into individual high schools, starting with St. Mark's. What an unbelievable announcement to be made here on Spartans Night. That was special.
Well, you said a great word there. You used a great word, expand. I'm amazed at the creativity of Chris Locke and the board and others that support him to figure out all these different things to do to support people with needs. It's really an amazing foundation.
Incredible. And Scott, I have a quick Sean story for you. You talk about your call against William and Mary. Well, I was on the sideline next to Sean and the 2 freshmen that came with me, Casman Hayes and Devon Pinker. We had the perfect angle behind Marcus Thornton, and I've never been sure of anything in my life other than that shot was going to go in. And as a collision at half court.
That contact as Nathan Golden is down. And you hope that his head didn't make contact with the floor, as there was just a bang-bang play, 2 players going for the basketball, and Nathan Golden is down. He's in front of us. Coach Wright out to see him. And a scary play here is you just hope that there's no concussion or any contact with the floor. Family going to come out. And Nathan Golden getting up on his own, doing a push-up, and that's a great sign. That's a tough player right there. Nathan Golden, 11th grader, hit hard, collision, as 2 players were going for the basketball. And that'll end the night for Nathan Golden, just for precautionary measures. Not going to see him back in the ball game. But good to see him walk off, and a good ovation from the crowd. A lot of toughness shown there by Nathan Golden, and he seems to be okay, so that's a good sign moving on from that play as he gets to the bench, and he's with his teammates. He's with the training staff here at DMA. So he seems to be all right. And I do want to resume, because he is okay, and we can move on looking like he is all right down on the bench as McCall gets a layup underneath. I was waiting for the climax of that story, Barnett, and William and Mary taking on Delaware in the CA championship game that you and Sean Locke played for in 2014. Take us back.
It was just, no one has ever squeezed my arm as tight as Sean did when that shot left his hand. And I was like, oh my goodness, that was going in. And then when it circled, no one ever released as fast to storm the court as Sean did when that shot circled out of the rim. Such a great game. I can remember that entire day, and I could relay it to you. It was just such a great time in my life.
And that's what this event is all about. And we love you sharing those stories about Sean and the teammate that he was, and the brother that he was, the family member that he was. Sometimes, as Swift gets a steal coming our way, get ready, everybody. Got a lot of action over here. Good effort.
Did you see me save
by
him, though?
Gabe Swift.
Did you see me save him?
I've seen people get up quicker and have quicker reaction time, but yes, I did see you slowly rise from your seat.
I thought you were on a charge.
And after Gabe Swift was just fine, raise your hand in attempt to hold him up when he was already standing. Yes, I did see that, Barnett. St. Mark's up by 8, make it 10, a chance for 11 with 4:18 left to go. It has been St. Mark's' fourth quarter. They have come out with a lot of energy, a lot of effort, kind of bookending this game with their best efforts in the first and now fourth quarter. It's a 10-point lead for St. Mark's. And I just want to get back to finishing the thought on Sean Locke and piggybacking off your story. Sometimes you just need somebody to squeeze your arm. Sometimes you need a hug. Sometimes you just need a friend, and he was your friend in that moment as the nerve-wracking shot went up. And that's what Sean's house is all about. And now expanding to Sean's room at St. Mark's High School on February 24th. That's going to open up. But Sean's house, 45,000 visits. It's only been open for 2 years and 4 months, and it's already helped 89 people saved from suicidal situations. 89 people were on the verge of making a decision that would end their lives, and Sean's house was there. That's what tonight is all about. It's great basketball. It's a fun atmosphere. We've got 5 more games tomorrow, but this weekend is to raise funds as McCall knocks it through for the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation, which allows everything at Sean's house to be open 24/7 and to be free for those in need. It's an amazing cause, and we're so honored to be here tonight. Because of this tournament, everything remains free 24/7 at Sean's house. We thank you for watching with 3:37 left in this one. Jordan Jones going to the free throw line, and I just want to use this time to remind our listeners and viewers that you can text SL24 to 53555, or you can see the QR code there. Just hold your camera up to that QR code. It'll send you to a link, and you can donate to continue to keep everything free at Sean's house. It's like McCall fouled out of this ball game. He had a great effort, double-figure scoring for the 6th time this season, but won't be able to help DMA as they trail it by 9.
Even if DMA does not come back and win this game, I think Coach Wright's got to be very pleased with his team's effort. They've not quit. They played very hard. I think ultimately it's been too much Christian Taylor inside. He has been a bulwark on the backboard, plays well in the open court, has had a couple nice assists. He's really been the difference maker tonight. You need Wright and Dole to make the shots, but Christian Taylor cleans up the misses inside.
He's 1 rebound away from a double-double as there's a foul on the floor. He's got 14 points. He's got 9 rebounds. Taylor's been a force, Bill. You're right.
Takes up space. He's very active off the floor, has good anticipation skills, and that's what a good offensive rebounder needs to do. You've got to understand where the ball's going to be missed to, and then you've got to go get it. And sometimes it's just willing yourself to make a play before the defender can block you out.
And Coach, he does it every play.
Yes, he does. He has a very consistent effort.
And that can get you easy points. That can get you points if you're not necessarily getting the ball in the paint to make a move. You can get it on those offensive rebounds. And I really like his game because he attacks the glass.
I mentioned that Christian Taylor had 14 points. Our statistician and friend tonight, Declan Landis, has been keeping track of everything for us. 19 points for Christian Taylor, in fact, for St. Mark's, leading the way. He had a season-high 13 points against St. Elizabeth in their first meeting, so he's eclipsed that on a big stage tonight at the Chase Fieldhouse.
St. Mark's should burn a little clock here. Will be in the bonus, and they want to take layups only or really in close shots. Force DMA to extend, drive by them, maybe get a layup, but ultimately get fouled.
You see on your screen how to donate to SL24. Last year, over $400,000 raised. That's such an enormous number, and we hope to eclipse that this year in 2023 at the 5th annual SL24 Memorial Classic. Since this started, through 4 years, $1.1 million to raise awareness and funds for mental health and to save people that are in suicidal situations, and even those that just need someone to talk, a cup of coffee, a friend over at Sean's house. This is just such an amazing platform, and we're so thankful that you can view this game and help donate by scanning that QR code in front of you on your screen.
Scott, I think if St. Mark's finishes this game out, Sean is going to be up in heaven partying like it's 1999.
A jumper made by Jack Kane, and I'm sure there was some of that going on. I mentioned Sean's room at St. Mark's. I don't want to know what you guys were doing in Sean's room back when you were in college, talking about that party.
I hope there wasn't any partying going on at the school.
No partying. No. I was doing my Econ 101
study hall.
In Sean's room. You're doing political science homework.
Well, whatever
we were studying the Monte Ross playbook in Sean's room.
Yeah, well, whatever you were doing, it was working. 2014 champs, of course, Sean Locke making it to the NCAA tournament along with his teammates as there's a timeout on the floor. Only a 6-point game. DMA was trailed by double figures in this quarter. You know, we're talking about Sean Locke, who took his life on July 18th, 2018, just 21 days from his 24th birthday, way too soon, and we hope that you are able to donate as you've seen the link. And also, if you want to get something for those funds, head over to SL24hoops.com and check out that auction. Such great prizes. We're talking tuition to St. Mark's High School, a 7-night vacation, a Trevor Lawrence. I think after the playoff game, you know, the Jaguars played the Chargers. There must have been signed autographs for this event after the win, the comeback from Trevor Lawrence, because we've got Troy Reader and Nasir Adderley, part of that Chargers defense, and then Trevor Lawrence, an autographed jersey. His college coach has signed some memorabilia. Dabo Sweeney has an autograph. Delaware legend, Notre Dame legend, Mike Bray has signed some basketballs and memorabilia for us as well. And, you know, if you're like, you know what, I got all the memorabilia, but I'm hungry, I can use something to eat. How about a 2-tiered cake from the cake boss himself? It's all on SL24hoops.com. You can see a whole lot more. Bones Highland giving us a jersey, as well as Dante DiVincenzo. It's all there, SL24hoops.com, as we raise, at the start of the night, $27,000 already from the online auction. That number will continue to grow over the weekend.
Coach, if I win that trip to Antigua, will you come with me?
It's too hot down there for me, Barnett.
A week
hanging out with you would be too much fun for me.
I'll see how fast I would say yes if that invitation
I was going to say, can you leave your young ones?
1,000 people that would want to hang out with you.
But the only two I will want to take are Coach Harmon and Scott Classic.
Oh, we've got to make this a semi-annual. We got to make this every 6 months, Barnett. I feel great leaving this broadcast tonight.
You might have a big trip in your future, Scott.
I'll take you, Scott. I'm in a battle with Andrew B. and Keno right now for that trip.
Keep track of it online, SL24hoops.com, and we kid and all jokes, and we're having a good time because that's how Sean would want it. Always a smile on his face. We're keeping it loose as we talk about Sean Locke and remember him here on the SL24 Memorial Classic, the 5th annual. But in all reality, head to SL24hoops.com. These prizes, they seem unreal, but a 7-night stay is up for grabs, and there's multiple trips on the website. 57-49 is the count. DMA, this is a must-score possession, and the rest of them are for the Seahawks with 82 ticks left.
Well, they've run some good stuff this half, but I commend St. Mark's in their scouting report. They were well prepared for 2 or 3 of the sets. They defended it well. It was really the unscripted offense of DMA that has given St. Mark's trouble. But Coach Wright's got to be very pleased. His team continues to battle, playing hard, trying to get selective here down in the end game.
Harding's made some big buckets. So has Gabe Swift, and cannot get one more there. But the smallest player, the youngest player on the floor, gets the rebound and will shoot the 1-and-1. That's the 7th foul on St. Mark's. So a big front end coming up for the rookie, Elijah Harmon.
And that's a foul you just do not want to commit. Okay, the rebound bounced long and the offensive player was just in better position. But don't bail them out. Keep the clock running. Don't allow them to score when there's no clock moving.
And while we have a moment for the front end, a lot of people putting this event together, and then a lot of people putting this amazing video together tonight. And going into this one, our director Jonathan Mondelli, our producer Jimmy Smith on replay. Fantastic replays tonight. Brad Comer taking care of that. Scott Fitcher doing graphics, and you can hear us thanks to Sean Kitchen and Paul Janoka. And then how about some of these shots we've had throughout the night, as Harmon can't make the front end, but a rebound and another foul going to be against St. Mark's, and you can see all of that up close and personal thanks to Zach Fraley, Tommy Tyree, Will Ainsley, Jake Racy, and of course our engineer Mitch Owen. It is such an honor, such a pleasure to work with this great group, giving wonderful pictures to everybody viewing tonight.
This was a great crew. They did a terrific job. Another great day of basketball tomorrow with 5 games, and those 2 late games at 6 and 8 tomorrow night. Howard in Middletown and Sally's in Sanford. They're going to be special. I can't wait to get back here and call them.
This is just the warm-up for tomorrow. 5 games. We're talking Tower Hill, Appaquiddick, St. George's, Middletown, Howard, Sanford, a powerhouse, Salesianum. We got some of the Salesianum guys to our left sitting courtside doing a little scouting tonight, getting ready to play tomorrow in the nightcap at 8 o'clock against Sanford. But what a game that's going to be. It is going to be a packed house here tomorrow. And to start us off, how about the #1 girls team, Ursuline, taking on Padua? I am excited for everything that's going to happen tomorrow here at the Fieldhouse. 5 great games, all to raise money and funds for the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation.
Scott Johnny Noonan, the head coach of Ursuline Women, has got this team really playing at a high level. They are a terrific pressing team. They shoot the 3. They move extremely well, and they've got a number of very young players.
Harding needs one here, down by 7. Shot blocked right with a rebound, and Smith has been the aggressor on the glass. A tie-up, a lot of opportunities to blow that whistle. Finally, a tie-up in the paint.
We've had 2 college-level physical games today. The way the refs have been roughing these 2 games this evening.
28 ticks left in DMA. Great effort. I think they're possibly going to run out of time though here. But they made this a ball game. They made this one a close one. Closer than it looked, certainly after the first 8 minutes. Kane needs it. Can't get it. And now a traveling violation is the call. And I'm not sure that Swift possessed it, let alone traveled with it.
I don't think he did. I think that's a tough call on DMA. If we had a replay, I think they might want to reverse that call.
We throw the challenge flag? Have they integrated that into the high school game?
I
don't think quite yet.
I support it.
These officials doing a great job, though, tonight as well in both of these games. 5 more tomorrow. And it looks like Sean Locke's Spartans going to go 2-0 on Spartan night, St. Mark's night, his alma mater, winning both games on the first night of the SL24 Memorial Classic, and we know Sean's smiling about that.
This was a very important game for St. Mark's. They need to keep winning to keep themselves in the running for the state tournament. I thought this was an excellent effort by the entire team. Coach Lonnie Wright got some great minutes out of his bench. His son, Chad Dole, and Christian Taylor, as we mentioned, really did an admirable job on the glass and working at both ends, defensively and offensively.
Scott, do you think if I get that St. Mark's tuition, they'll allow me to go back to high school?
You've got too many degrees already. And that should do it for this one. What a fun night it has been. A big thanks to Bill Harmon, Barnett Harris, a great friend of Sean Locke's and ours, and to call the action with you. Big thanks to Declan Landis for helping us out all night long as well. St. Mark's holds on 59-50. They started the game on fire and finished with the energy they needed in the fourth quarter to make it a 2-0 Spartans night. Victories for the home team.
This is a young team, Scott, that I think is going to continue to get better and better from Coach Sweetwright's perspective. DMA's had a tough year, a difficult schedule. They continue to play hard. They're going to have a couple big wins down the stretch. But Lonnie Wright of St. Mark's has got to be very pleased with his team's effort tonight. A young team that's improving almost every day.
And we're just getting started for the Memorial Classic, 5th annual here from the Chase Fieldhouse. 5 games tomorrow, but what an honor to be a part of it tonight.
It was incredible. The best part was I got to sit next to you two great gentlemen, as well as another Silesian gent. So it's just been an incredible night.
Thanks for your help, Barnett. Declan, appreciate your help. And Scotty, as always, an absolute pleasure.
And what a phenomenal night it has been here. 2 wins for Sean Locke's alma mater. The girls win by 10 in the first game. And game number 2, St. Mark's wins by 9 over DMA. 5 more games coming tomorrow. Some of the top teams in the state of Delaware will battle it out at the Chase Fieldhouse. And we know that in order to fight darkness, we need a team of light. A team full of family, friends, and mental health specialists with a common goal to support those who are currently fighting their own darkness. And that's where Sean's House and the SL24 UnLocke the Light Foundation comes in. Sean's life and death has touched many people. Sean was always willing to help others. He was always willing to be a friend to anyone. Sean was kind, caring, and a loving person. Find that kindness, that care, that love at Sean's House. One light can change everything. Be the light.
On behalf of our board, the Locke family, and the SL24 Foundation, I want to sincerely thank each and every one of our sponsors. Through your kindness and your constant generosity, we are able to fund Sean's House. We are able to provide the necessary tools needed to save people's lives.
So sorry that Sean's experience had to happen at all, but it certainly has opened my eyes to the need that's out there. And I'm so impressed with everybody that works at SL24 and Sean's House. The numbers of young people that walk through that threshold, and when they do, they're making a statement when they come through that threshold that maybe they need to talk about something that they're not comfortable talking about.
The fact that we're tying in the basketball with the mission of the organization, with Sean's career and with Sean's love for the game, I think it's just an awesome way to bring everyone together, spread the message.
It affects every single one of us, but nobody talks about it. The need is there, the time is now, and if people are willing to give of themselves and give of their resources, there's a need for it.
I lost my son to suicide in 2001, and when we were going through my son's mental health illness, there were no resources available in the state of Delaware. Because of the lack of resources is when we lost him to suicide. When I met Chris through a mutual friend and he explained to me about Sean's House, I can very specifically remember thinking about a time when I drove my son to a therapy appointment and he refused to get out of the car. I could only think to myself, if only there was a Sean's House in 2001 where Jeremy wouldn't feel like there was something wrong with him.
This is no longer about Sean. It's much bigger than Sean. And I just want to thank everybody who has contributed to this event, just attending it. Thank you for allowing your kids to participate in this event. And let's all come together and unlock the light for each other.
You're giving money to save a life. It's going to help the kids. If you can be a part of that, saving a kid's life is an important thing.